Uh,
What'd you say, babe?
Nothing. What? There you go. That's what bad.
Not all Palworld. Oh, all ball is not like a. Oh,
It's internet.
not all. Not all.
It's internet. Die, bitch. I don't got the badass internet dollars. This is Halo Infinite, bro.
I fucking.
What, you gonna play 2K or what?
What if there's a game mode where it's just this one man?
It's internet. Die, bitch. I don't got the badass internet dollars. This is Halo Infinite, bro.
I fucking.
What, you gonna play 2K or what?
What if there's a game mode where it's just this one man?
Not all.
It's internet. Die, bitch. It's internet. Die, bitch.
Did you see lightning go outside, by the way?
I don't know, but I think so, more than likely. Still setting up stream stuff.
That's fine.
I don't even remember what I was doing. Oh, I have more points? Oh. Oh, I have the bank. I don't know what this person wants. They always do that. They join for like 20 seconds and then they bail.
What do you want from me?
I need to finish these clips.
Those are new. I've never encountered them. Those are new. I've never encountered those enemies. Oh.
Too far. Yeah, never mind.
Marcos, since you're Benjamin Folly.
Hold on. Those are new. I've never encountered those enemies. Oh.
Too far. Yeah, never mind.
Marcos, since you're Benjamin Folly.
Hold on. Those are new. I've never encountered those enemies before. Oh.
Too far. Yeah, never mind.
Marcos, since you're Benjamin Folly.
Hold on. Those are new. I've never encountered those enemies before. Oh.
Too far.
Those are new. But it's right down the street. Oh no!
I was like, what was down the street? The pizza? But the fall.
I didn't see that.
Marcos.
There was a.
Well, look perfect. There's a
What the
checkpoint
fuck is
here.
happening with the controls in this game?
Marcos,
Oh my god, this is pissing me off so bad.
Okay.
But it's right down the street. Oh no!
I'm gonna
Mark.
make a compilation of you just.
Can you pass me the ball?
There we go. There we go. But it's right down the street. Oh no!
I was like, what was down the street? The
I caught like 5 clips of Marcos falling to his death across like 3 games. Actually, I didn't clip the Halo ones, but it happened in Halo quite a bit too.
Marcos,
Huh?
the real challenge for him is staying upright.
I didn't see that.
Marcos.
There was a.
Well, look perfect. There's a checkpoint here.
There we go. There we go. I think I might go.
Okay.
But it's right down the street. Oh no!
I was like, what was down the street? The pizza? But the fall.
I didn't see that.
Marcos.
There was a. There we go. There we go. I think I might go do that real quick before we jump to Palworld.
Okay.
But it's right down the street. Oh no!
I was like, what was down the street? The pizza? But the fall.
I didn't see that.
Bong?
Oh, sorry. I packed the first one. My bad.
Thank you.
There we go. There we go. the only thing I might go to real quick before we jump to Palworld.
Okay.
But it's right down the street. Oh no!
Well, now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god. Now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god. Well, now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god. Oh my. Now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god.
I get it from turn. Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting
Oh.
battery.
It's getting long. Because you guys are playing with it too much.
The fuck is up with the internet? Hello. What is happening?
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention. Don't stop.
You gotta get it from CERN. Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting
Oh.
battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention. Don't stop.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Come on, man.
Nothing. I was just about to get a brain freeze, but it stopped.
I don't know what the fuck is happening with Chrome. It's being stupid. I hate it. I hate everything. Whatever. I'll finish uploading those clips later. We need more beds, babe.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make the mega glider.
The what?
The mega glider?
Huh.
Oh, I built 2 chests over there.
Where?
Right over here by the wall. Literally lining the wall. They're right here, side by side.
Yeah, I don't know why nothing was lined up to the wall. I'll get there eventually.
I need bones.
For what?
The glider.
There's 6 in the chest.
I need more.
Well, there's 6 in the chest.
Need more.
I need Palworld. Which was the pal that dug up the pal spheres? Was it Vixie or was it something else?
I don't remember, babe.
Babe, you're supposed to know.
Well, alas, I do not.
No. Oh no, no, no!
Oh no. Where are you? Oh, fuck.
I wasn't near anything, babe.
Yeah, I wasn't close to you.
Why are you overeating? Stop it. Go fucking make iron bars, you stupid bitch. No. Why is he doing that?
Eat some food, you stupid bitch.
No.
Oh, sorry. Don't eat food, you stupid bitch.
Alright. This thing's being stupid. And you know what we do with stupid pals? We eat them. Bye.
What is happening?
I think the internet is being really stupid. Oh.
What?
There's an alpha pal here.
We're not ready for that.
Yeah, no, it's level 30. Putting a little marker.
Yeah, please put one there.
I did. Meh. Oh god. This is a shiny gory rat. Gory rat. Oh my god.
And it's got you in its sights.
Yeah, but it's not doing anything. Although its attack that it's using is pretty cool. But low 33. I'm not catching that. The fuck is this? Hmm. wonder if I can catch one of those.
What?
I wonder if I can catch one of these.
How's that for?
Oh, you're joking. Oh, you died too.
Yeah.
New video to watch.
Saying it. The Zonai also built these funny little guys, the constructs, to maintain what was apparently supposed to be a magic meter, something that's nearly ubiquitous throughout the other games in the series. But the devs opted to model the Zonai devices after real-life electrical appliances. The reason that they did this, at least according to them, was so that people would look at something like a Zonai fan and intuitively understand what it was,
What?
how it worked, and how to use it. And, I mean, these read pretty clearly as a take on modern technology, but we did the whole technology thing 6 years ago. If they were trying to create magical items that took visual inspiration from real-world electronic devices, I think they failed. These don't read as magical to me at all. This is just high-tech nonsense in a high-fantasy world. But okay, fine. The Zonai were a technologically advanced race of furries who descended from the heavens sometime in the distant past. One Zonai, Rauru, was the first king of Hyrule, apparently. I've heard some people say that having Rauru be the first king retcons the entire series, but I don't think that's the case. I think Rauru here is pretty clearly meant to be the first king of this version of Hyrule. And this interview with Aonuma and Fujibayashi seems to suggest that as well. As J-Wits once so wisely said, though,
the problem is everything.
on the other side of Tears of the Kingdom, we still know almost nothing about the Zonai, despite them supposedly taking center stage. We never hear about a Zonai character that isn't Rauru or Minoru, not even a mention of the rest of their family. And by the time the events we see in the memories take place, the two of them are already the only members of their race left. Ganondorf makes it seem like the other Zonai left of their own volition, and nothing in the game suggests that the other Zonai were displaced or killed. So where did they go, and why? The answer is that there isn't an answer, and if you're tired of hearing me say that, imagine how tired I am of saying it. The Zonai also built these funny little guys, the constructs, to maintain and protect the kingdom, or something. For as much as I love how cute they are, they pile on even more questions about the events that took place before this game. For starters, we see these broken down constructs all over the Sky Islands, and there are some in the depths as well, and you have to wonder, what determines which constructs fall into disrepair and which ones remain intact by the time Link encounters them? Something cool about the Guardians in Breath of the Wild was the way they existed in various stages of decay. Some of them were inactive, some of them were rusted but still worked, some of them were missing legs but could still wake up if you got close to them. There was variety that made them feel like part of the world, rather than just an asset pasted on top of it. The constructs don't change at all based on their environment, and there's a disappointing lack of visual variety among them as well. They all use the same model, even though they each seem to serve a specific role. There are ranger constructs, mining constructs, forge constructs, and even culinary constructs on the Great Sky Island. Imagine this guy with a little chef hat. Maybe then Tears of the Kingdom would have won Game of the Year. The biggest problem with the Zonai's integration into the game world is that we have no idea where they lived, what their life was like, how they spent their time, or anything. Tears of the Kingdom makes no effort to tell us the story of these people, despite letting us explore the very Sky Islands they supposedly created and once inhabited. On that note, let's put a pin in this discussion for now, because it's time to talk about the rest of the world design, and it's only fitting that we start with...
The sky.
Ready for a change of pace? I love the sky in Tears of the Kingdom. At the very least, I really want to love it. It's my favorite part of the game by a significant margin, though that's kind of damning by faint praise. The sky has its fair share of problems, something I'm sure you expected me to say, but those problems are rarely as distracting in the sky as they are on the ground, let alone in the depths, and don't worry, we'll get to the depths. Let's start with the positive. The most obvious strength here is the visual design. The sky in this game is fucking gorgeous, and usually I'm so busy appreciating the lighting or the colors that I forget how boring whatever I'm doing probably is. The sound design is also perfect as always. The wind whistling past you as you skydive down, accompanied by that light and airy piano tune that resolves when you touch down, never fails to put a smile on my face. In its strongest moments, the sky evokes that lonely yet serene feeling I love so much in Breath of the Wild. The Great Sky Island's only inhabitants are the constructs, who've been acting out the same routine for thousands of years. Tasks that have long since ceased to mean anything as the civilization around them is gone. The area feels not only ancient, but also unstuck in time, fittingly floating untethered in its own world. A lot of people compare the Great Sky Island to the Great Plateau, and I think structurally that comparison makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a comparison I made earlier in the video. The biggest difference between the two, though, is that the Great Plateau is a condensed version of the wider world, like a preview of coming attractions. The end of the tutorial is the beginning of the rest of the game. The Great Sky Island, on the other hand, is the first and last time you'll be exploring the sky in the same way you explore the rest of the world. Even the Thunderhead Isles, the second biggest landmass in the sky, is only a fraction of its size and is more of a linear series of platforms than an explorable area. There are also 2 dungeons in the sky, both with a short lead-up section, so that's 4 major points of interest in the sky, one of which is the tutorial, so it's really more like 3. Everything else you'll do in the sky will be on these disconnected random pieces of geometry or miscellaneous sky islands. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, or if you haven't played it in a while by the time you're watching this, you may not fully grasp how truly empty the sky is. So let's look at what happens the first time you ever obtain a map of the sky. I think this speaks for itself. Don't get me wrong, some of these little sky islands have puzzles or challenges that are fun. I liked this mirror puzzle, I loved skydiving and then snowboarding down Mount Lanayru. The dive ceremonies were a fun demonstration of Link's mobility, as was maneuvering around the lasers on Zonite Forge Island. But all of these one-off moments are just that, one-off. Disposable pieces of content that you're never really incentivized to return to, beyond brief trips to the gacha machines when you run out of Zonite devices. Actually, even the larger areas like the dungeons and their lead-ups, the Thunderhead Isles, and the Great Sky Island are similarly disposable. You can return to the Great Sky Island for an incredibly short and simple side quest, the only purpose of which seems to be to reveal to the player that these islands used to be on the surface. But this is something Rauru hints at within the first hour of gameplay, and you see the Temple of Time on the surface in the memory cutscenes. You don't learn anything new here, and after this, there's genuinely no reason to come back. Also, as part of this side quest, these giant waterfalls appear all over the island, which, aside from looking cool, gives you a new way to interact with the area by using the Zora armor. A major change to a playable area like this never happens again outside of the main story, and to add insult to injury, the island goes back to how it was before when you finish the quest. This issue of areas giving you no reason to return to them was a complaint I heard over and over again about Skyward Sword around the time of its release. But even Skyward Sword had you returning to areas with some sort of twist, like the flooded Faron Woods or the Silent Realms. Areas like the Rising Island Chain, the Wellspring of Hyrule, Lightcast Island, the Mazes, or the aforementioned Zonite Forge Island, on the other hand, are truly disposable, with the game never asking you to go back there. And these are the larger pieces of content on offer. A truly baffling number of Sky Islands are just these X-shaped platforms devoid of life, characters, significance, or any sort of identity. It's here that we return to the idea of a video game world. The reason these platforms are here is so the developer of this video game could put shrines on them. We don't get a sense that people lived here. Link is the only one who's ever up here, and like, why? The Rito can fly, the Zora can swim up waterfalls, human characters can ride in hot air balloons, hell, I could even imagine the Gorons using a cannon or something to launch themselves up into the sky. You're telling me that this game has a dedicated Zonai research team, but not a single one of them has tried to go up to the Sky Islands? The place with all of the Zonai stuff in it? We see researchers down in literal hell, but they're not going to go explore the fanciful realm above the clouds? What are you, crazy? Are you fucking kidding me? These design choices reinforce the sense that this world exists solely for the player to traverse and then discard. It's sad, because the stuff to do up here is among the better content in the game, but there just isn't enough of it to justify the damage that having this amount of vertical mobility does to the overall world design. But my issues with the sky mostly boil down to I wish there was more content, or I wish the content was better. I don't hate the sky at all, and I hope it's an idea they revisit in the future. You know what I do hate, though? The sky mine. Hey, quick question. What the fuck is this? Absolutely nothing about this series of disconnected platforms so much as suggests that mining operations took place here. There's the one floating rock at the top with some ore on it, but there are no mine carts, no mining equipment, and no constructs. In a game with mining constructs. I repeat, there are no mining constructs mining in the sky mine. This is actually so egregious that I can't help but wonder if they planned to do something with this and then ran out of time or forgot. It's so strange that this game took 6 years to be made on a recycled engine with reused assets and it still feels this unfinished. You don't even have to wonder what a mine in the sky would look like since there's already one on the Great Sky Island. Now that I think about it, there are no forge constructs on Zonite Forge Island. There isn't any Zonite there either. With how many times this game asks you to stick fans on minecarts, you'd think the Sky Mine would be a slam dunk use case, but it's just more nothing. Starview Island, the huge sphere with the fairly simple but fun mirror puzzle inside, was a nice piece of content to discover, but what purpose did it originally serve? We know the Great Sky Island was lifted into the air and was originally part of the service world, but what about the other islands? Who built those, and when? The sky should be the most interesting part of this game, but it's so bare bones that the whole experience just feels cheap. The sky honestly feels unfinished, and during the writing of this video, I came across a series of interviews with the game's developers that actually confirmed that, yeah, it kind of was. Apparently, they initially filled the sky with content, but the designers scolded them for making the sky too messy. This was heartbreaking to learn because a Tears of the Kingdom with a more fleshed out sky would certainly not be perfect, but it would be considerably better. The worst part is that the work that could have gone towards making the sky amazing seems to have been directed elsewhere. I've heard many people say that the Depths was the best kept secret of Tears of the Kingdom prior to its release. It should have stayed kept. I struggle to see the addition of this place as anything other than embarrassing. Imagine if Breath of the Wild was just a giant grassy field. No desert, no snowy mountain ranges, no tropical rainforests, no villages. The only variety in terrain would be Death Mountain. This hypothetical game would have no day and night cycle, a number of interactable characters so small you could count them all on one hand, no wildlife, no weather, no puzzles to solve, no shrines to complete, just a Hyrule-sized empty field, plus a volcano. That game would rightfully be treated as a complete joke, which is why I have no idea how people justify the depths. But okay, let's back up a bit. Before I get into how much the depths suck and why, here's a quick overview in case you've forgotten or if you didn't play the game. As a part of the upheaval, this game's dollar store knockoff of Breath of the Wild's Calamity, chasms opened up around Hyrule. Go down any of these chasms and you'll end up in the depths, an inverted version of the surface world completely shrouded in darkness. Down here, your objective is to travel to the light roots, these giant glowing plants, maybe? They certainly look like plants, they're called the light roots, but they're directly connected to the game's shrines and you activate them using the Raru hand like the rest of the Zonai tech, so they don't seem organic? Putting their vague origin aside, activating one will illuminate the surrounding area and add it to your map along with a fast travel point. There's a light root directly beneath every shrine on the surface, so there's a total of 120 of them to discover. 2 of the game's 5 dungeons are down here too, but you could just as easily put them on the surface or in a cave and it wouldn't really make a difference. You'll come down here most often in search of Zonite, which is a new resource we've already talked about that's apparently used to create Zonite devices. It's not clear. But aside from the mining cave on the Great Sky Island, it can only be found in the depths. The thing that's always bothered me about Zonite is that its inclusion feels completely unnecessary. We already have a glow-in-the-dark blue-green ore in this game, the Luminous Stones. These serve no purpose in this game beyond feeding them to these weird dinosaur creatures in this one area on the surface so they can poop out more valuable gems. Yes, really. I struggle to understand why they felt the need to introduce a second blue-green glowy rock, but I also don't understand why they felt the need to introduce a second ancient civilization, so at least they're being consistent. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, it's hard to properly convey just how little there is to do down here. People criticize Breath of the Wild for being too big and empty, but at least Breath of the Wild had shrines to complete, people to talk to, ruins to explore, towns to visit, side quests to do, different biomes to run around in. You get the idea. The depths have none of those things. Look how different the Faron region looks from the Gerudo region, which looks different from the Akala region, which looks different from the Hebra region. In the depths, it all looks exactly the same. This issue is exacerbated by the solid walls that correspond to bodies of water on the surface. You can stand on top of a mountain on the surface and see a landmark all the way across the map, but the presence of these walls means that even with all 120 light routes activated, you'll never be able to see one side of the depths from the other. It's visually exhausting to be down here, just drab colors and the same copy-pasted assets as far as the eye can see. On the surface, you can find different flora and fauna depending on where you are. You'd explore Faron if you were looking for bananas or mighty thistles, for example. If you want to find a smotherwing butterfly, go to Eldon. Voltfruit, hydromelons, Saflina, those are all common across the Gerudo region. Take a wild guess where you can find Tabantha wheat. There are unique resources to collect no matter where you go on the surface, but you'll only ever find bomb flowers, puff shrooms, and muddle buds in the depths. These can be useful, sure, but there's never really a reason to visit one region of the depths over another. I guess there's kind of an exception. You can find different weapons in the different regions of the depths. These weapons haven't decayed like the ones on the surface have, making them stronger and more durable. The issue is that the only way to get them to appear is to break a non-fused, decayed version of the corresponding weapon on the surface, then wait for a blood moon, then go looking for the item in the depths. Most players will fuse every single one of their weapons with some sort of material to make them stronger, since it's completely impractical to use weak, fragile weapons when you can prolong their lifespan and increase their damage just by fusing them to whatever materials you have lying around. This means that for many players, the pristine weapons on offer in the depths will only ever be the Traveler's Sword, Spear, and Claymore, the weakest set of weapons and the default regardless of what region you're underneath. The treasures in the depths don't typically have any real connection to their corresponding surface locations either, and even when they do, there's nothing new. The only new treasure you can find down here is the Miner's set, and I guess auto build? Everything else is recycled amiibo and DLC items from Breath of the Wild. The depths suffer even more than the sky from that video game world syndrome we keep coming back to. Why are there monsters down here? So you can fight them. Why are these weird ascend spots here? So you can use them to ascend. Why are all these weird Zonai device platforms down here? So you can build stuff. Why are there bosses down here? So you can refight them for resources. The game doesn't even try to justify the depths by giving it story significance, and we'll talk about this more when we discuss the story, don't worry. For now, just know that the depths are empty, boring, full of recycled content, ugly to look at, and serve no purpose in the story. The gameplay loop of the Switch Zelda games basically boils down to 1. See a point of interest in the distance, and 2. Go there. But with the depths being so dark, the only points of interest visible from a distance are the light routes. The difference between seeing and then traveling to a shrine versus a light route is that, at least for the shrines out in the open, there will usually be content once you've arrived at your destination. When you activate a light route, that's it. That is the reward. You don't even get anything for activating all of them besides a little medal. They did this for the Korok seeds as well, but I think the difference is that having literally anything of substance as the reward for collecting all the Korok seeds would compel players to get all of them, which is asking a lot of the average player. It's not a new observation to say that the Korok seeds are side content and that you're not meant to get all of them. In contrast, it's very reasonable to expect players to find all 120 light routes, especially considering there's almost nothing else to do down here. So having a medal be the only reward feels more than a little underwhelming. Speaking of underwhelming, we should probably talk about the Yuga. This group of vaguely pro-Ganon ninjas was underdeveloped in Breath of the Wild, and not much has changed here. You fight their leader, Koga, multiple times across the depths, and those boss fights are pretty decent, but there's not a lot of substance to them, and his final fight is very similar to the boss of the Spirit Temple, so whichever one you do second is going to end up feeling cheapened as a result. Aside from him, the Yiga have these bases around the depths, but those are never difficult to clear out, and I say clear out, but it's not uncommon for there to only be one member guarding a given base, and it's only ever the weak foot soldier Yiga as opposed to the bulkier and stronger blade masters who only appear on the surface. Once you've defeated whatever singular enemy is guarding the place, you're given some crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and you're also given a schematic that's saved to your auto build menu, letting you assemble the vehicles the Yiga use. The other place you can find schematics are at the mines located under major settlements, including Terry Town. Terry Town was built from the ground up in the past decades, so what the hell is an abandoned Terry mine doing in the depths? These abandoned mines each have a forge that you can activate to purchase crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and a construct that will give you a new schematic along with the parts you need to test it out. The schematics are a cool idea on paper, but there's rarely a good use case for them. If you're using auto build to summon a vehicle, more often than not, that vehicle will be... Has this ever happened to you? You've got a destination, but it's far away. Your light route is somewhere in the distance. Your sky island is out of reach. A body of water is sitting between you and your goal, and the hill you're climbing is too steep to drive a car. Don't you worry, there's a solution to all of your problems, and I do mean all of them. Introducing the air bike. Why spend precious time trying to get the wheels to stick on a wagon just right? Why chop down a tree to build a raft? For the low, low price of just 9 Zonite, you
Oh,
can
fuck,
be
I'm out of
zipping
it.
around this world on 2 fans haphazardly smushed together. The air bike, the hover bike, the flying machine, whatever you want to call it, embodies everything I hate about this game all at once. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with you, me, or anyone making the decision to use it. It's a very convenient build. But that's exactly the problem. I see endless praise for how Tears of the Kingdom allegedly encourages creativity and resourcefulness, or how the game rewards players who use their imagination to solve problems. If you search best Zonai builds on YouTube, you'll be inundated with videos with thousands upon thousands of views showing off these elaborate contraptions that you, yes you, watching this video on the toilet, will never build. You will never build these. Because why would you? The vehicles you build in Tears of the Kingdom have the same issue as all the rest of the content in this game. They are disposable. Die in combat? Goodbye, cool but impractical tank. Enter a shrine? Hope you didn't get too attached to that ATV you spent 15 minutes building because it's gone. The air bike is as popular as it is because the game rewards efficiency, not creativity. There are builds that go faster, or that are more visually interesting, or that serve more than one purpose, but none of them are as cost-effective as the air bike. Most of them won't be nearly as maneuverable either. And in a world where your rocket's wings and balloons will disappear after a minute or two, this device made of 2 fans and a steering stick has 30 minutes before the fans disappear, and that's a limit I've never personally come up against, since I will have moved on to the next thing long before that time runs out. It made sense to me to talk about this now, because the sky, and especially the depths, are particularly susceptible to being rendered irrelevant by the bike. You could fight your way through an area like the Risk Mine on foot, or you could skip the area in its entirety by flying over it. Shit, you could fly over the entire depths, only stopping to pick up treasure chests for mine for Zonite, and you won't miss anything of value. The only times you'll be faced with a building task that can't be invalidated by the air bike will be when you have to move something heavy around, because the air bike will get weighed down and be unable to fly. In those cases, though, the game will always give you materials to build the specific vehicle you need for the task, if not outright give you a pre-built contraption to use. My issue is not with the bike, it's with the game around it, a game that punishes creativity and rewards efficiency, even when it means optimizing the fun as a central gimmick. At this point, we've talked about the surface, the sky, the depths. We've talked a little bit about the Zonai and about the air bike, but from here on out, we're going to be talking about the dungeons, the shrines, the story, the characters. This is where shit gets serious. So get ready, buckle your fuckle, and prepare for impact.
You
One
bitch.
of the most integral parts of the Zelda experience is exploring a game's dungeons. Making your way through unique spaces full of puzzles and enemies with a boss at the end and some item that you pick up along the way is honestly what Zelda's all about. That's why, when Breath of the Wild released with a pittance of dungeons that many felt were too short and too simple, people were not happy. Rather than having temples or caves as settings for the dungeons, Breath of the Wild had the Divine Beasts, the 4 giant animal robots that were originally constructed to fight Ganon but were corrupted by his malice. Every beast worked in basically the same way. You needed to use your Sheikah Slate to adjust the rotation or position of the beast in order to activate a handful of terminals, culminating in a boss fight with one of 4 almost identical bosses. There weren't locked doors that you needed keys to open, the puzzles were pretty weak, and in general, they went by very quickly. And yet, despite their shortcomings, I kind of love the Divine Beasts. Having these giant corrupted animal mechs that move around the overworld that you need to board and take control of, it's sick. It's fucking awesome. Are you kidding me? But I also understand why people were disappointed, especially considering the precedent set by previous Zelda games, especially Skyward Sword, the game that directly preceded it, which had some of the best dungeons in the entire series. Interviews leading up to Tears of the Kingdom's release suggested that the devs had basically gotten the memo on the Divine Beasts. People weren't happy with them, so they were going to do something that was more in line with what people had come to expect from the Zelda series. That is not what happened. The dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom are pathetic. With the exception of the Lightning Temple, they are all worse than Breath of the Wild's Divine Beasts. At least the Divine Beasts had cool integration with the overworld, a distinctive animal motif, and required you to think about three-dimensional space in some way, through manipulating their inner workings or their position. Tears of the Kingdom's dungeons have the exact same progression structure as the Divine Beasts, in the sense that all you do is walk around and activate terminals, but the mechanic of manipulating the layout of the dungeon in some way was scrapped altogether, and in its place is nothing. To make matters worse, you're returning to the same 4 areas you explored in Breath of the Wild, talking to largely the same people and seeing the same sights as before. This time, Link is sent out by Pura to investigate 4 regional disturbances, hoping they'll connect in some way to Zelda's whereabouts. When you arrive in one of the 4 regions, you'll see Zelda doing something obviously evil or at the very least suspicious. and then in the process of chasing after her, you end up in the dungeon. As part of this process, you'll meet a returning character from Breath of the Wild who will join up with Link for the lead up to the temple, as well as the temple itself. Once you've beaten the boss, your new friend will awaken as a sage of their particular element, and then you get the ability to summon them as you explore the rest of the world. Whatever problem was affecting the region goes away, and the player moves on to the next thing. But wait, what about Zelda? We'll talk about this when we get to the discussion.
Why can't I see the fucking video?
Let me go get the dogs.
Oh, I forgot they were outside.
My little dad, my little baby.
Pick up your sphere swipe.
Thanks, babe.
Mm-hmm. We need more wood.
There's a lot of wood, like, just down here at this area. I was just about to go chop some more down right now.
What we need is more, You haven't caught any of the deers?
No.
Can you help me with these? Please and thank you.
I already jumped in.
I know, I was just adding on the courtesy, courteous mannerisms and stuff. Yes. You say please and thank you for stuff.
Yes. I need to just get a cherry slush and then just squeeze my own lime at home.
Why?
Shit, did I take? Okay, no, you took them.
I was like, I
I
hope
thought I
not.
took your. When you squeeze a lime hard, you kind of juice the um,
I think I know exactly what you mean.
you get that like bitter taste.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that bitter taste.
Yeah. Um. Do I have any other pals that would be better? Oh, I have a Tombat. Oh, I need to make more. Oh, I don't have any wood.
I have some.
I already left. It's fine.
Oh.
Selected it. Now press the following keys in order: Alt space M, and you'll see your mouse pointer.
How the fuck do I move this? Whatever.
We'll change.
series, but I don't think that's the case. I think Rauru here is pretty clearly meant to be the first king of this version of Hyrule. And this interview with Aonuma and Fujibayashi seems to suggest that as well. As Jaywitz once so wisely said, though,
The problem is the everything.
on the other side of Tears of the Kingdom, we still know almost nothing about the Zonai, despite them supposedly taking center stage. We never hear about a Zonai character that isn't Rauru or Minoru, not even a mention of the rest of their family. And by the time the events we see in the memories take place, the two of them are already the only members of their race left. Ganondorf makes it seem like the other Zonai left of their own volition, and nothing in the game suggests that the other Zonai were displaced or killed. So where did they go, and why? The answer is that there isn't an answer, and if you're tired of hearing me say that, imagine how tired I am of saying it. The Zonai also built these funny little guys, the constructs, to maintain and protect the kingdom, or something. For as much as I love how cute they are, they pile on even more questions about the events that took place before this game. For starters, we see these broken down constructs all over the Sky Islands, and there are some in the depths as well, and you have to wonder, what determines which constructs fall into disrepair and which ones remain intact by the time Link encounters them? Something cool about the Guardians in Breath of the Wild is the way they existed in various stages of decay. Some of them were inactive, some of them were rusted but still worked, some of them were missing legs but they still reached if you got close to them. There was variety that made them feel like part of the world rather than just an asset pasted on top of it. The constructs don't change at all based on the environment, and there's a disappointing lack of visual variety among them as well. They all use the same model, even though they each seem to serve a specific role. There are ranger constructs, mining constructs, forge constructs, and even culinary constructs on the Great Sky Island. Imagine this guy with a little chef hat. Maybe then Tears of the Kingdom would have went
Close by.
The biggest problem with Zonai's integration into the game world is that we have no idea where they live, what their life is
I haven't
like,
even got to that part of the map yet.
time, or anything. Tears of the Kingdom makes no effort to tell us the story of these people, despite letting us explore the very Sky Islands we supposedly created and once inhabited. On that note, let's put a pin in this discussion for now. It's time to talk about the rest of the world design, and it's only fitting that we start with... Ready for a change of pace? I love the sky in Tears of the Kingdom. At the very least, I really want to love it. It's my favorite part of the game by a significant margin, though that's kind of damning by faint praise. The sky has its fair share of problems, something I'm sure you expected me to say, but those problems are rarely as distracting in the sky as they are on the ground, let alone in the depths, and don't worry, we'll get to the depths. Let's start with the positive. The most obvious strength is the visual design. The sky in this game is fucking gorgeous, and usually I'm so busy like the Rising Island chain, the Wellspring of Hyrule, like experience just feels cheap. The sky honestly feels unfinished, and during the writing of this video, I came across a series of interviews with the game's developers that actually confirmed that, yeah, it kind of different flora and fauna depending on where you are. You'd explore Faron if you were looking for bananas or mighty thistles, for example. If you want to find a smotherwing butterfly, go to Eldon. Voltfruit, hydromelon, Saplina, those are all common across the Gerudo region. Take a wild guess where you can find Tabantha wheat. There are unique resources to collect no matter where you go on the surface, but you'll only ever find bomb flowers, puff shrooms, and muddle bugs in the depths. These can be useful, sure, but there's never really a reason to visit one region of the depths over another. I guess there's kind of an exception. You can find different weapons in the different regions of the depths. These weapons haven't decayed like the ones on the surface have, making them stronger and more durable. The issue is that the only way to get them to appear is to break a non-fused, decayed version of the corresponding weapon on the surface, then wait for a blood moon, then go looking for the item in the depths. Most players will fuse every single one of their weapons with some sort of material to make them stronger, since it's completely impractical to use weak, fragile weapons when you can prolong their lifespan and increase their damage just by fusing them to whatever materials you have lying around. This means that for many players, the pristine weapons on offer in the depths will only ever be the Traveler's Sword, Spear, and Claymore, the weakest set of weapons in the default regardless of what region you're underneath. The treasures in the depths don't typically have any real connection to their corresponding service locations either.
Whoa.
And even when they do, there's nothing new. The only
That's a
new
lot of
treasure
Robin
you can
clothes.
find down here is the Miner's Set. And I guess auto build? Everything
I wanna
else
swoop in and
recycles
steal their
amiibo
eggs.
and DLC items from Breath of the Wild. The depths suffer even more than the sky from that video game world syndrome we keep coming back to.
Oh
Why
God.
are there monsters down here? So you can fight them. Why are these weird
Oh
escape
God.
spots here? So you can use
Yes,
them to
let's
ascend.
just go
Why
against
are
the
all
archer.
these weird Zonai device platforms down here? So you can build stuff. Why are there bosses down here? So you can use their resources. The game doesn't even try to justify.
Oh no, I can't dodge, I can't dodge, I can't dodge!
When we discuss the story, don't worry. For now, just know that the depths are empty, boring, full of recycled content, ugly to look
Leave
at,
me
and serve
alone!
no purpose in the story. The gameplay loop of
You
the
stole their
Zelda
babies.
games basically boils down to 1.
It's their fault for not protecting them.
2. Go there. But with With the depths being so dark, the only points of interest visible from a distance are the light routes. The difference between seeing and then traveling to a shrine versus a light route is that, at least for the shrines out in the open, there will usually be content once you've arrived at your destination. When you activate a light route, that's it. That is the reward. You don't even get anything for activating all of them besides a little medal. They did this for the Korok seeds as well, but I think the difference is that having literally anything of substance as the reward for collecting all the Korok seeds would compel players to get all of them, which is asking a lot of the average player. It's not a new observation to say that the Korok seeds are side content and that you're not meant to get all of them. In contrast, it's very reasonable to expect players to find all 120 light routes, especially considering there's almost nothing else to do down here. So having a medal be the only reward feels more than a little underwhelming. Speaking of underwhelming, we should probably talk about the Yiga. This group of vaguely pro-Ganon ninjas was underdeveloped in Breath of the Wild, and not much has changed here. You fight their leader, Koga, multiple times across the depths. And those boss fights are pretty decent, but there's not a lot of substance to them, and his final fight is very similar to the boss of the Spirit Temple, so whichever one you do second is going to end up feeling cheapened as a result. Aside from him, the Yiga have these bases around the depths, but those are never difficult to clear out, and I say clear out, but it's not uncommon for there to only be one member guarding a given base, and it's only ever the weak foot soldier Yiga as opposed to the bulkier and stronger blade masters who only appear on the surface. Once you've defeated whatever singular enemy is guarding the place, you're given some crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and you're also given a schematic that's saved to your auto build menu, letting you assemble the vehicles the Yiga use. The other place you can find schematics are at the various abandoned mines located under major settlements, including Terrytown for some reason. Terrytown was built from the ground up within the past decade, so what the hell's an abandoned Terry mine doing in the depths? These abandoned mines each have a forge that you can activate to purchase crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and a construct that will give you a new schematic along with the parts you need to test it out. The schematics are a cool idea on paper, but there's rarely a good use case for them. If you're using auto build to summon a vehicle, more often than not, that vehicle will be
The air
Has
bike.
this ever happened to you? You've got a destination, but it's far away.
Ooh.
Your light route is somewhere
air
in the
bike.
distance. Your sky island is out of reach. A body of water is sitting between you and your goal, and the hill you're climbing is too steep to drive a car. Don't you worry, there's a solution to all of your problems, and I do mean all of them. Introducing the air bike. Why spend precious time trying to get the wheels to stick on a wagon just right? Why chop down a tree to build a raft? For the low, low price of 9 zonite, you can be zipping around this world on 2 fans haphazardly smushed together. The air bike, the hover bike, the flying machine, whatever you want to call it, embodies everything I hate about this game all at once. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with you, me, or anyone making the decision to use it. It's a very convenient build. But that's exactly the problem. I see endless praise for how Tears of the Kingdom allegedly encourages creativity and resourcefulness, or how the game rewards players who use their imagination to solve problems. If you search best Zonai builds on YouTube, you'll be inundated with videos with thousands upon thousands of views showing off these elaborate contraptions that you, yes you, watching this video on the toilet, will never build. You will never build these. Because why would you? The vehicles you build in Tears of the Kingdom have the same issues as all the rest of the content in this game. They are disposable. Die in combat? Goodbye. Cool but impractical tank. Enter a shrine. Hope you didn't get too attached to that ATV you spent 50 minutes building because
Damn, they really
gone.
fleshed out the
The air bike
dungeons.
is as popular as it is because the game
Oh, wow.
rewards efficiency,
Platform?
not creativity.
Yeah.
There are builds that go faster or that are more visually interesting or that serve more than one purpose, but none of them are as cost effective as the air bike. Most of them won't be nearly as maneuverable either. And in a world where your rockets, wings, and balloons will disappear after a minute or two, this device made of 2 fans and a steering stick has 30 minutes before the fans disappear, and that's a limit I've never personally come up against, since I will have moved on to the next thing long before that time runs out. It made sense to me to talk about this now, because the sky, and especially the depths, are particularly susceptible
way.
to being rendered irrelevant by the bike. You could fight your way through an area like the Rift Mine on foot, or you could skip the area in its entirety by flying over it. Shit, you can fly over the entire depths, only stopping to pick up treasure chests or mine for zonite, and you won't miss anything of value. The only times you'll be faced with a building task that can't be invalidated by the air bike will be when you have to move something heavy around, because the air bike will get weighed down and be unable to fly. In those cases though, the game will always give you materials to build the specific vehicle you need for the task, if not outright give you a pre-built contraption to use. My issue is not with the bike, it's with the game around it. A game that punishes creativity and rewards efficiency, even when it means
This is
optimizing the
cool and
fun out of
all,
the
but
second given. At this point,
they should definitely
the
disable
surface,
flying
the sky,
pals
the
here.
depths. We've talked
'Cause
a little
otherwise,
bit
what's
about
the
Zonai
point?
and about the air bike,
just
but
fly
from here
over
on out,
it.
we're going to be talking about the dungeons, the shrines, the story, the characters. This is where shit gets serious. So get ready, buckle your fuckle, and prepare
Buckle
for
your
it.
buckle.
One of the most integral parts
Saying
of the
that from
Zelda
now on.
experience is exploring
Buckle
the
your
game's
fuckle,
dungeons.
babe.
Making your way through unique spaces full of puzzles and
Buckle
enemies
what?
with a boss at
Buckle
the end
your
and some
fuckle.
item that you pick up along the way is honestly what
No,
Zelda's
you.
all about. That's why when
I
Breath
don't
of
know
the
what that
Wild
means.
released
What?
with a pittance of dungeons that many felt were too short and too simple, people were not happy. Rather than having temples or caves as settings for the dungeons, Breath of the Wild had the Divine Beasts, the 4 giant animal robots that were originally constructed to fight Ganon but were corrupted by his malice. Every beast worked in basically the same way. You needed to use your Sheikah Slate to adjust the rotation or position of the beast in order to activate a handful of terminals, culminating in a boss fight with one of 4 almost identical bosses. There weren't locked doors that you needed keys to open, the puzzles were pretty weak, and in general, they went by very quickly. And yet, despite their shortcomings, I kind of love the Divine Beasts. Having these giant corrupted animal mechs that move around the overworld that you need to board and take control of, it's sick. It's fucking awesome. What, are you kidding me? But I also understand why people were disappointed, especially considering the precedents of their previous Zelda games, especially
Yugi.
Skyward Sword, the game that
Yugi.
directly preceded it, which had some of the best dungeons in the entire
That's enough.
series. Interviews leading up to Tears of the Kingdom's release suggested that the devs had basically gotten the memo on the Divine Beasts. People weren't happy with them, so they were going to do something that was more in line with what people had come to expect from the Zelda series. That is not what happened. The dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom are pathetic. With the exception of the Lightning Temple, they are all worse than Breath of the Wild's Divine Beasts. At least the Divine Beasts had cool integration with the overworld, a distinctive animal motif, and required you to think about three-dimensional space in some way, through manipulating their inner workings or their position. Tears of the Kingdom's dungeons have the exact same progression structure as the Divine Beasts, in the sense that all you do is walk around and activate terminals. But the mechanic of manipulating the layout of the dungeon in some way was scrapped altogether, and in its place is nothing. To make matters worse, returning to the same 4 areas you explored in Breath of the Wild, talking to largely the same people and seeing the same sights as people. This time, Link is sent out by Pura to investigate 4 regional disturbances, hoping they'll connect in some way to Zelda's whereabouts. When you arrive in one of the 4 regions, you'll see Zelda doing something obviously evil or at the very least suspicious. And then in the process of chasing after her, you end up in the dungeon. As part of this process, you'll meet a returning character from Breath of the Wild who will join up with Link for the lead up to the temple, as well as the temple itself. Once you've beaten the boss, your new friend will awaken as a sage with a particular element, and then you get the ability to summon them as you explore the rest of the world. Whatever problem is affecting their region goes away, and the player moves on to the next thing. But wait, what about Zelda? We'll talk about this when we get to the discussion of the story, but unfortunately this evil Zelda thing never goes anywhere. It's basically just a carrot on a stick to get the player to explore the dungeons, and so I guess now it's probably time to stop stalling and actually talk about that. The dungeon the game absolutely wants you to do first is the Wind Temple at Rito Village. Pura will not so suddenly nudge you that way, and the ability you get as part of that quest is useful in traversing the rest of the world. A lot of people praise the lead up to the Wind Temple, the part where you climb up the rising island chain with Tulin, and it's praise I'm willing to agree with. The moment of flying up above the clouds as the background noise falls away and the light washes over you, and then you skydive into the eye of the storm and the music swells in fucking forth. It's spectacular. What's not spectacular is everything preceding it. Rito Village is suffering from a blizzard, which doesn't seem like it's that big of an issue. Link's movement isn't affected at all by the blizzard, and even though the bridge to Rito Village is out, this isn't the race of bird people, yeah? The ones who can fly? I think this issue would feel more serious if the winds were stronger, something Nintendo's been able to do since Mario 2. No, not that one. That one. If the Rito couldn't fly or something, it would make sense that they'd be suffering like this, but this winter weather isn't inhibiting much of anything as far as traversal's concerned. You can still run, jump, climb, and glide like normal, which I think ultimately hurts this sequence. It also means that Tulin's wind power that propels you forward is useful, but not necessary. If you needed his power to steady yourself while gliding in the blizzard, it would underscore the severity of the situation, make Tulin feel like a really helpful ally and not just like a kid you're babysitting. So you get to Rito Village and you wander around for a bit, talk to a handful of characters that don't matter at all, go looking for Tulin in this cave, and complete the Herculean task of getting his bow back from an enemy that dies in one hit. After you beat these incredibly basic enemies together, Tulin decides he now understands the value of working as a team. This is supposed to count as a character arc for him. We get a single scene with him between meeting him and this epiphany, and it's just embarrassing. Frankly, Tulin is barely a character. I like his design, I think he's very cute, but in Breath of the Wild, he was basically just a background character, and going into Tears of the Kingdom, I cared way more about the characters I remember from the previous game. For people who didn't talk to every single NPC in Breath of the Wild, this kid is a perfect stranger, and 10 minutes after you meet him, his arc is supposedly resolved. So once he's had his revelation, you need to make sure to speak to him in just the right place so you don't accidentally make it all the way up to the Wind Temple without him. Something that's very possible to do, only to get stuck. I think the devs even considered this as a possibility, because they give you a completely worthless blessing shrine at the top of the climb, presumably just to use as a warp point back up. It makes no sense given that the Wind Temple has a warp point of its own, unless you consider the fact that if you get up to the Wind Temple without Tulin, you can't activate the warp point. You'll have to abandon all the progress you just made and go back down to retrieve him. Also, I know people really like this section for its atmosphere and music, and I do too, but let's be honest, the actual gameplay here is pretty weak. You don't even need Tulin to get through this area, and if you build the air bike, you can just skip it altogether. There's never a moment where you have to think about where you're going or how you're going to get there, because the answer is always just go up. Once you're in the temple itself, things are not looking too promising. You see a massive locked hatch, try to open it, and it doesn't work. A mysterious voice tells you to open the hatch by releasing 5 locks, all of which are immediately marked on your map. The locks also look conspicuously like giant fans, but rather than letting that design speak for itself, Tulin will stop you to tell you to use his power on it. Thanks! I didn't realize I'd need to use the wind power in the wind temple on the wind fan with the wind bird. Very This dungeon has the exact same structure as the divine beasts. Wander around, activate terminals, fight the boss at the end. I have nothing to say about the puzzles here because they're all extremely simple. They attach some stuff to other stuff.
Still watching that video?
Yeah, I think she's criticizing
Before you know it. I like the boss though. Credit where
how
credit is due, smashing through the ice on its
handholdy the game could be. It's like, thanks. I didn't know I'd have to use the wind guy on the wind temple, on the wind thing, on this wind thing.
So Caldera explodes, global warming returns to the village, and oh boy. Tears of the Kingdom has these cutscenes when you finish the 4 main dungeons, and they are, without exaggeration, identical in this epiphany, and it's just embarrassing. Frankly, Tulin is barely a character. I like his design, I think he's very cute, but in Breath of the Wild, he was basically just a background character, and going into Tears of the Kingdom, I cared way more about the characters I remembered from the previous game. For people who didn't talk to every single NPC in Breath of the Wild, this kid is a perfect stranger, and 10 minutes after you meet him, his arc is supposedly resolved. So once he's had his revelation, you need to make sure to speak to him in just the right place so you can accidentally make it all the way up to the Wind Temple without him. Something that's very possible to do, only to get stuck. I think the devs even considered this as a possibility, because they give you a completely worthless blessing shrine at the top of the climb, presumably just to use as a warp point back up, which makes no sense given that the Wind Temple has a warp point of its own, unless you consider the fact that if you get up to the Wind Temple without Tulin, you can't activate the warp point, you'll have to abandon all the progress you just made and go back down to retrieve him. Also, I know people really like this section for its atmosphere and music, and I do too, but let's be real. The actual gameplay here is pretty simple. You don't even need Tulin to get through this area, and if you built the air bike, you can just skip it altogether. There's never a moment where you have to think about where you're going or how you're going to get there, because the answer is always just go up. Once you're in the temple itself, things are not looking too promising. You see a massive locked hatch, try to open it, and it doesn't. A mysterious voice tells you to open the hatch by releasing 5 locks, all of which are immediately marked on your map. The locks also look conspicuously like giant fans, but rather than letting that design speak for itself, Tulin will stop you to tell you to use his power on it. Thanks! I didn't realize I'd need to use the wind power in the wind temple on the wind fan with the wind bird. Very helpful. This dungeon has the exact same structure.
Okay, so she said
Wind temple on the wind to tell you to use his power on it. Thanks! I didn't realize I'd need to use the wind power in the wind.
I didn't realize I need to use the wind power on the wind temple, on the wind fan with the wind guy. I felt that so bad.
So I felt with Final Fantasy 16.
Really?
I felt like it was a teensy bit too handholdy.
I always feel that with the Pokemon games. And yeah, definitely some of the Zelda games.
Winged bird, very helpful. This dungeon has the exact same structure as the Divine Beasts. Wander around, activate terminals, fight the boss at the end. I have nothing to say about the puzzles here because they're all extremely simple. Make a lever, attach some stuff to other stuff, none of it about the space you're in, and it's over before you know it. I like the boss though, credit where credit is due.
meteorite just
Smashing
landed in
through
front
the
of
ice
me.
on its body felt amazing, and the music? So, Caldera explodes, global warming returns to the village, and oh boy. Tears of the Kingdom has these cutscenes when you finish the 4 main dungeons, and they are, without exaggeration, identical. Here is how every single one of these cutscenes plays out. The sage says their descendant's name. The descendant says, I know that voice. You're the one that's been talking. The first king of Hyrule. I will control of elements. I have seen you control elements in battle. You are the pride of insert people here.
Impress you.
You are the pride of the guild.
The defeated was summoned by the Demon King in order to stop them from finding the secret stone.
That monster you defeated, the source of those foul rocks.
The monster's secret was to prevent me from obtaining that stone. My secret stone.
The descendant says, Secret stone? Demon King?
Demon King? Secret stone?
Secret stone? Demon King?
Demon King? Secret stone?
The sage...
Demon King? Secret stone?
The sage says that they will explain everything and that they need to tell you the story. Of the imprisoning war.
This is a lot to learn all of a sudden. I know. Then listen carefully to what I have to say.
It concerns the imprisoning war and the events that shaped our people's destiny.
The sage then tells the exact same story beat for beat. In the time of Hyrule's founding, the Demon King appeared and sought to destroy anyone who opposed him. Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, along with the sages, rose up to oppose him. In order to do this, Rauru gave the sages secret stones, objects that amplified their powers. The sages faced the Demon King in battle, stronger than ever thanks to their secret stones, but were no match for the Demon King. In the end, Rauru sacrificed himself to seal the Demon King away, and the descendant goes,
So that was the imprisoning war.
And the sage says, sometime later, the Sage of Time came to visit, and the destiny of our people was clear.
Sometime later. The Sage of Time, one of the 6 sages.
Came to visit me, and she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
Zelda says,
The magic restraining the Demon King will be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. He needs the help of your people and your element. Please, lend him your power.
The Demon King will return. The magic binding him will be undone. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. The Gerudo's control of lightning.
The sage reiterates that the future of their people was made clear to them in that moment.
It was clear what part the Rito would play. In that moment, the duty of the people was clear.
The course of the Zora's future was clear. The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
The sage in the past says, It would be my honor to fight the Demon King. I swear, when he returns, my descendant will awaken as a sage.
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Rito Sage of Wind will awaken once more. I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King. I swear that when the Demon King returns, the Sage of Fire will awaken again.
It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Great Eagle returns, the Zora Sage of Water will awaken once more. We wish nothing more than to eliminate the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more.
And the sage says, You may have saved insert town here, but the Demon King is still out there.
You've saved Goron City.
However, the Demon King still remains a threat.
Then they tell their descendant to fight the Demon King with the swordsman Link.
Fight the Demon King alongside the swordsman.
This is absolute insanity. Once you've seen one of these cutscenes, you've seen all of them. There is zero variation between them, and I genuinely struggle to understand how the people working on this game found this to be even remotely acceptable. Beyond being repetitive, these scenes are so weak. These ancient sages all wear masks, so we don't know what their faces look like, and more egregiously, they don't even have names. These scenes could have shown us an ancient version of the Rito, Goron, Zora, and Gerudo societies, and helped us better understand what life was like in the distant past. But instead we get a copy-paste job that's so lazy, and I firmly believe it will haunt this game's reputation long into the future. These scenes are also completely pointless because they all amount to fight alongside Link, but they've been doing that. We literally just beat a whole dungeon together. Remember? They made a cutscene that goes, "My cherished descendant, do the thing you were already doing," and then copy and pasted it 3 times for good measure. So after the Wind Temple, Tears of the Kingdom wants you to do the Fire Temple. I've seen some people say this temple isn't that bad, and I've heard others say that it's actually their favorite, and I've got to ask, like, respectfully, what the fuck are you talking about? This has got to be one of the worst Zelda dungeons ever, and if the Water Temple wasn't giving it a run for its money, I'd say it's easily the worst dungeon in this game. The story kicks off in Goron City, where everyone is hooked on this addictive new drug, what they're calling marbled rock roast. They've lost the motivation to work, and all they ever want to do is sit around and eat. Haha, I get it. They're stoners. Because they're rock people? Yunobo is back from Breath of the Wild, and his voice is as grating as ever.
Now stop flapping your rock chompers and get over here, Goro!
He's not acting like himself, and he even tries to fight Link, but he's a total pushover, and much like Tulin, he gets his character arc over with before it's even begun. He was being controlled by an evil luchador mask given to him by Zelda.
The one we never see from the front or close up, always in the distance doing vaguely evil things? That's my girlfriend, Princess Zelda.
Once you've snapped Yunobo out of it, you take a short minecart ride up Death Mountain until you're at the summit. This giant monster appears, and you're meant to use a Zonai vehicle to fight it, which I know because the game spawns one right next to you, pre-assembled and ready to go. This boss fight's over very quickly, and seems like its purpose is mostly just to get the player used to using Yunobo's ability. It's a shame too, because I think this boss is way cooler looking than the actual boss of the Fire Temple, but I digress. You jump into the chasm at the top of Death Mountain and make your way down into the depths where the dungeon waits, and it's dog shit. Just like before, you need to open a handful of locks by going around and activating mechanisms that are conveniently perfectly suited to the partner you've got with you. This dungeon plays with verticality, or at least it thinks it does. It gives you all these minecarts to get from place to place, but this is Tears of the Kingdom. Whether it's a hot air balloon, a rocket fused to your shield, ascend, or especially the air bike, the content of this dungeon becomes trivial. The puzzles here aren't even good. Build a ramp here, ascend there, riveting stuff. This place is big, but there's nothing of substance to do here, so it just feels like a painful slog. I alluded to this already, but the boss didn't impress me either. It's a stun it and then hit the weak spot until it dies boss, which feels very Zelda, but less in a nostalgic callback way and more in a dated, formulaic way. Once you've beaten the boss, you watch the Secret Stone Demon King cutscene, and all the marbled rock roast disappears from Goron City at once.
Oh man, they are in for a rough 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're all fucking sweating and
detoxing at the same time.
The Water Temple's up next, and it's the same as all the others. Go to the place, talk to the people, watch a character have their entire arc in a single scene. If you're bored listening to me repeat this over and over again, imagine how bored I was playing it. Shout out to this puzzle though, where this Zora historian is puzzling over a broken monument that you have to repair with a missing piece that's 5 feet away. Did I mention this game costs $70? You have to go back and forth a bunch between Zora's domain and this new area called Mifa Court, then you need to solve a fairly simple riddle, at which point the game
If you have the leather for it, I can
still
help you make one.
can't really wrap my head around. It has you explore the
I need
ancient
one
Zora
more
waterworks. If you haven't played
metal?
this game, that might have
Leather.
gotten your attention. The idea of some sort of ancient
Leather.
structure.
Yeah, I have 9 on me. I don't mind.
Not.
I don't mind giving them to you.
I have 5 leather.
Give me 1. I hope you make it. Okay. That works. I guess I'll take the rest of the leather as payment.
Pleasure doing business.
I'm gonna make you a helmet too.
Sure.
Come grab it, babe. It's almost done.
Okay.
Need to bring good more ingots. Damn, I thought we had like 200 ingots. You already used them all?
I used some of them. I don't even have any ore on me.
I've been putting it away. So we should have a nice little stack. Oh, it automatically equipped. I guess I'm gonna go get some wood. I'll wait for daytime. Cause I can't see shit. Oh, can I finally make... Yes! Finally! These took forever to be able to make. I guess I'll do them down here.
shelter under the East Reservoir Lake sounds like the perfect place to put a dungeon. But you only come down here to push a single button. Literally. This area exists so that you can activate this terminal that allows you to enter the sky via a massive waterfall that you can swim up using the Zora armor. There is nothing else to do here. You can come back after the dungeon for an armor piece and there's a bubble frog like in every cave, but there's zero story here. No explanation of what purpose this space could have originally served, no insights into how the ancient Zora lived, nothing. And it's a crying shame because look at this place. It's fucking awesome down here, but in the greater scope of the game, it's completely irrelevant. And like, why? Why have Link come down here if the temple's in the sky? Why introduce this element at all if you're not going to develop it? This area's inclusion is so bewildering to me because it feels unfinished. Maybe it only exists to pad out the quest, but by the time you enter the waterworks, you've done about as much as you do before the other temples. So I genuinely do not understand what the purpose of this area is. Also, you can skip the whole thing with a rocket shield. Great. Once you're in the sky, fittingly, things start to look up. At least a little. This area is in low gravity for some reason. It's never explained why gravity works like this here, shocker, but it does shake up the normal gameplay a little, and it's honestly just fun. You climb up to the water temple, but the game doesn't even pretend to include your party member this time. Sidon just says, hey, let's split up, and then you meet him at the entrance. This temple is definitely the weakest in the game, but it's not aggravating like the fire temple is, and it being easy means it's over quickly. Shoot this switch, move this bubble, activate these terminals, you know the drill by now. Watch the same cutscene again, and the game sends you on your way. Oh, right, the boss fight. I think it's funny that the boss of this dungeon is just a little guy, but he's pretty annoying to fight and isn't particularly memorable. I don't have more to say than that. The last of the 4 main dungeons is the Lightning Temple, and it's by far the strongest dungeon, not only in Tears of the Kingdom, but in the Switch Zelda games as a whole. It still wouldn't crack the middle of a ranked list of all Zelda dungeons, but it's still a clear cut above the rest. The desert's shrouded in a massive sandstorm. Gerudo Town is completely destroyed, with residents hiding in an underground shelter as Gyptos, monsters somewhere between insect and undead, roam the streets above. You find the chief, Riju, struggling to hone her lightning power so she can better combat the Gyptos. You team up with her and defend the nearby Karakara Bazaar from the Gyptos that have appeared there, then return to town for a brief section where you organize the troops around town to best prepare for an invasion. This sounds cooler than it actually is. Your choice of where to put the soldiers doesn't really make a difference since it's a small enough number of enemies that they're not likely to overwhelm you, but at least it's something. Then you solve another pretty simple riddle that has you trudging through the desert to connect these beams of light. The sandstorm blocks out your map and makes traversal a bit more challenging. At least it would, but it's very easy to just fly above the storm and then it poses no challenge whatsoever. So the temple pops out of the ground, you walk up to it, no fuck! Jesus fucking Christ, what is that? This isn't even a criticism of the game, by the way. This thing's just fucking horrifying. I don't want this anywhere near me. So the first thing you do when you arrive at this dungeon is face off with its eventual boss, Queen Gypto. It's a fun shake-up to the formula and also acts as sort of a teaser for the actual fight. Once he's taken enough damage, she'll flee to the top of the temple, so it's time to head inside. You have to make your way through the catacombs filled with traps, and Riju works differently than the other party members you've had so far, in that she can't just teleport to your position, so you need to actually clear a path by disabling the traps so she can follow you through the dungeon. Before you can get too excited, though, you find yourself in a central room with 4 locks, and then it's back to the formula. This is still more involved than the others, though. You'll have to reflect light, actually think about the space you're in, and since you need Riju to activate the terminals, you'll need to consider whether she'll be able to make it to where you are at any given moment. Compare that to the Fire Temple, where you can just go under a locked door, use Ascend, and Yunobo will be there waiting for you. I'm not sure why they didn't make every party member work like Riju, but I'm happy that at least this dungeon has something going on.
I don't know why this temple isn't just like all the other temples. It's a really good thing I did this temple last, or I'd be really disappointed by all the rest of them, because this temple is very involved, and the other temples were very stupid.
So you activate the terminals, fight the boss, watch the same scene for the 4th time, and then Gerudo Town is magically back to normal. I get that the other towns also just get their issues instantly resolved, but none of the towns were in as dire a state originally as Gerudo Town, and it would have been nice to have some sort of quest that let you assist in rebuilding it. Still, it's pretty good for what it is,
That's
and
hilarious.
I'm relieved that it...
They're basically praising the Spirit Temple for being like the only decent and kind of the best dungeon so far. And they said like, I'm so glad I did this temple last, because if I would have done this first, the other ones would have been such a disappointment, and that's kind of how I felt. Because I did the Spirit Temple first. I did Spirit Temple first, then Water Temple, then Fire Temple, and then I think I did the Wind Temple last. Or maybe I did Wind Temple third and then Fire Temple last. I think I did like Z. Reverse Z.
I actually don't remember which one I did first.
Yeah, so it was all just downhill after the first temple. my god, these things dig up bones now? That's so that's great. That's really great. That's just awesome. It's just amazing.
Well, catching them in Palspheres may be humane, but they shouldn't have attacked me. They wouldn't be in a Palsphere otherwise.
I need more planting pals. Oh, cinnamoths are really good planters. Hell yeah.
Say that again, babe?
Cinnamoths are really good planters. Planters, babe. Plant and tours.
You're a plantor.
You're a plantor. I am. Yeah. Very good, you.
Don't fucking scratch me, Kativa.
Why not? Hobby, why not? Goodbye, Depresso. Can I finally make the stupid bait? Oh, I need the mill.
least one of these dungeons isn't a complete waste of time. The next place the game sends you is back to Lookout Landing to check in with Pura. It's at this point that you're treated to the shocking revelation that obviously fake Zelda is, in fact, not actually Zelda. No way! You go to Hyrule Castle after this, and I know some people consider this to be a dungeon, but I think that's being very generous. You just go to the waypoints on your map, fight some monsters, and then meet up with not Zelda in the throne room for a fight with Phantom Ganon. I kinda glossed over this during my initial writing and recording process, but going back and editing this really drove home just how bad Hyrule Castle sucks in this game. Hyrule Castle was a highlight of Breath of the Wild, a foreboding stronghold where Calamity Ganon was lying in wait. The freed Divine Beast's red lasers, which were visible from just about everywhere on the map, were a constant reminder of the showdown that was waiting for you at the end of your journey. There's no other word for it, I'm sorry. Storming Hyrule Castle is epic. Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule Castle is abysmal. It's no longer interconnected, there's no sense of discovery or exploration. I understand that people don't just want to explore the same castle all over again, but then show us new areas. Show us pathways originally obscured by the Malice, or rooms that were rebuilt, or most interestingly, show us the Astral Observatory, the location of the battle with Calamity Ganon, and yet another giant question mark from Breath of the Wild. Also, why the giant pillar? You have islands floating in the sky. If you're gonna lift up the castle, then commit to it. You just fight scores of the same monsters you've been fighting for the entire game, fight Phantom Ganon, who you've probably already fought by now too, all in search of a Zelda that you absolutely know by now is an imposter. There's no unique boss fight, there's no reason to come back, it sucks. Okay, back to past me. You win in battle but lose in the cutscene, the sages show up just in time to stop Link from getting bloomed again, Ganondorf pieces out, and Riju has the only intelligent thought in the entire game.
Hold on. He must not be at his full strength.
Stay in your full premise?
Why flee instead of finishing us off?
The gang returns to Lookout Landing and realizes there was a fifth sage in the ancient past, Raru's sister Minoru. In order to gather more information about her, Link finally goes to Kakariko Village. Sheikah in general got kinda shafted in this game. You don't ever need to come here until you're already done with the first act of the game, and you never come back after this. The purpose of this visit is to send you down to Faron to visit the Zonai ruins to look for more information. This is pretty much the only connection between the Zonai in Breath of the Wild and the Zonai as they appear in Tears of the Kingdom, but it's purely superficial. You go into the only 3 open doors along this river, get a cute new outfit, and then that mysterious thunderstorm above Faron is cleared away so you can explore the islands it was hiding. These are the Thunderhead Isles. You explore them mostly by riding on rails and making your way towards the island shaped like a dragon's head, fittingly named Dragonhead Island. This would be a cool sequence, except for some reason Dragonhead Island is the lowest hanging island in this archipelago, so you can skip this exploration entirely and just ride a falling rock up or take the air bike. Or you can make a hot air balloon. Or you can shoot yourself out of a Skyview tower. This is an interesting piece of structured content, but it's so easy to skip that it makes me wonder why they even bothered. I did this quest in my most recent playthrough just to get footage of it, but you can explore the Thunderhead Isles without clearing the storm. That's actually what I did in my first playthrough. I brute forced my way through this area and arrived at Dragonhead Island much earlier than intended. I was so excited when my exploration led me to the Construct Factory, which I assumed was a bonus dungeon and a reward for braving the thunderstorm, and I was extremely disappointed to learn that this was not only part of the main quest, but also significantly easier if you do it when you're supposed to. Once you make it to Dragonhead Island, you're faced with a door that takes a pitiful 10 hearts to open. Your health in this game maxes out at a whopping 40 hearts, and if you're doing this when you're supposed to, you'll have gotten a heart container during the tutorial, 1 from each of the dungeons, and 1 from Hyrule Castle. That means that you only need to do 4 shrines in order to have enough hearts to progress past this door. If the goal is to prevent players from going directly here from the starting area, first of all, why? And second of all, isn't that the whole point of the thunderstorm? I don't understand why this door is here. But you open it, find Minoru's mask, and are guided down into the depths where the 5th dungeon, the Construct Factory, is waiting. I actually kinda like this place. It's one of the few times the game asks you concretely to engage with the building mechanics in order to solve puzzles and make your way through this place. You do the same 4 terminals bullshit as always, but this time at least there's a twist. The terminals come at the beginning of each section, and each gives you a piece of a large construct. There are 4 of these body part depots, 1 for each arm and 1 for each leg. The door locks behind you once you've interacted with the terminal, so you'll have to make it through each depot while bringing the robot component with you. The visual design here focuses a lot on the decay. The railings are breaking down, pieces aren't where they should be, parts are lying on the ground, and giant clumps of mold are growing all over the walls. This place feels suitably ancient and decrepit, and while the puzzles are generally too simple and can be skipped with recall or rockets, at least they tried. The actual content here isn't bad, but then you bring all the parts back to where Minoru's mask is waiting for you and put the robot together. And wow. You build this mech, this customizable mech suit, powered by the ghost of a technologically advanced furry lady, and it's so slow. It's so weak. Link is defenseless while riding it and still takes damage. It takes up a huge chunk of space on the screen, it gets in your way, it sucks. How do you mess this up? The preceding section of assembling this robot feels suitably important, like it's leading up to something big. And then you can't even kill the group of enemies that the game puts in your way to show you your robot's new powers. So you and your disappointing new friend make your way to the Spirit Temple, which isn't actually a dungeon like you might think based on the name. The actual dungeon was the Construct Factory. This is basically just a boss arena, where you fight a gloomed up Minoru bot in a boxing match. It's simple, but it's decently fun. Once that's all wrapped up, you get a cutscene that's not exactly the same as the others, but it's pretty close, and you still don't learn anything new. Minoru takes her place on your team as the 5th Sage. The color of the Sage abilities don't match up with the color of the regular abilities though in the menu, and it makes me irrationally angry. And it's here that I have to ask, why Minoru? All of the other ancient sages pass their title on to their descendants, and I get that Minoru is the Sage of Spirit and can continue to exist until the present day because she was hanging out in Zelda's iPhone the whole time, but there's another option staring us all in the face. Purah. Everything seemed like it was set up to have Purah awaken as the new Sage of Spirit. She's a researcher like Minoru was. She's got as big a role in the main story as anyone else gets in this game. She's even got a little mask that she wears on her forehead. This could have allowed the writers to tie Sheikah into the Zonai in some way and create some continuity there. And since Minoru's spirit moves on at the end of the game, there's nobody to take up her role. It honestly felt like Nintendo wanted Purah to be the new Sage of Spirit, but like forgot.
I don't have
all
very
the
many
pieces are
eggs on me
seemingly
right
in
now.
place to make this make sense, but instead we get an underpowered mech and an undercooked story to go with it. What a mess. There isn't anything like a Ganon's castle at the end. You just make your way through the foundation you explored with Zelda in the opening until you make it to the imprisoning chamber. So that's where our discussion of the dungeons in this game ends. Hopefully you understand now why I truly believe, with the exception of the Lightning Temple, that the Divine Beasts were better. And that's not praise for the Divine Beasts. It's an indictment of the excuse for dungeons we got in this game. Much like Breath of the Wild though, most of the puzzle solving in this game is relegated to
this is what they had to remove.
And if you're hoping those shrines make up for the dungeons, I've got some
This
bad
is basically
news.
Gelclaw. They just replaced Gelclaw with the glider.
Here we go. There are 100.
That's so late that they had to
shrines
do that though.
discovered
Fucking
in Tears of the Kingdom
Nintendo.
Hyrule. This is the section that I've spent by far the longest developing and thinking about.
Does that
And
mean if I get a
video
better
in the works that will
glider?
be an in-depth look at every shrine in the Switch Zelda games. I've played every single shrine in this
It'll
game
glide better?
3 times, which doesn't sound like that many times until you realize that in my most recent playthrough, lining up all of my shrine footage gets you 12.5 hours of footage. And that was my 3rd time going through them, more or less already aware of the solutions to puzzles. My first playthrough was my casual experience, my second playthrough was so I could rate the shrines and take notes, and the 3rd time was so I could record footage of the shrines and give them a second rating. All of this is to say that I've probably spent more time thinking about, playing, and analyzing the shrines in this game than your average player. I'm Shrine Pilled. I'm a shrine expert. It's shrine time. It's prime time for shrine time. I even made this giant spreadsheet to put all my thoughts in one place. Ready for my take? The shrines in Tears of the Kingdom
I guess not.
are bad. To be clear, many of the shrines in Breath of the Wild were also bad. I actually think Breath of the Wild's lows go lower. There isn't anything in Tears of the Kingdom on the same level as something like the motion control puzzles or the Test of Strength shrines. But Breath of the Wild has some shrines that really are great. Trial of Power and Blue Flame are longer form shrines with multiple steps, lots of hidden treasure, and a central mechanic that asks different things of the player. They're not as long as even a mini dungeon in something like Ocarina of Time, but they're still somewhat developed and are pretty widely regarded as some of Breath of the Wild's stronger shrines. Shrines like Buried Secrets, Canon, Moving in Parallel, Ancient Trifecta, and the Winding Route all have some sort of quest associated with them in order to unlock them, and then they have a puzzle on the inside as well. In fact, Breath of the Wild had 42 shrine quests, meaning roughly a third of the game's shrine content had some sort of quest associated with it, in theory. As far as I'm concerned, there's 3 types of shrine quests. I've split them into levels. Level 1 is for shrines that an NPC can tell you about, but that you can also just stumble across on your own. This shrine in the Elden region or this shrine on Mount Lanayru can be found without ever speaking to their respective NPCs, for example. Level 2 is for shrines with a task to complete or a riddle to solve in order to enter them, but you can stumble across the puzzle without ever speaking to the source NPC. For example, it's incredibly easy to see this giant thunderbolt mural and fire a shock arrow at it to reveal the shrine without ever speaking to this guy. You could do the 7 heroines puzzle without ever talking to this lady, and you could shoot the statue with the glowing eyes in the graveyard without anyone telling you to do that. Finally, there's level 3, shrines that require you to receive a quest and then complete it in order to reveal the shrine. This includes quests like the Fragmented Monument, Stranded on Eventide, the 3 Korok Trials, Trada Shrine, and so on and so forth. Breath of the Wild supposedly has 42 shrine quests then, but if you only count level 3 quests, the number is closer to 30. Sorry to talk about Breath of the Wild shrines for so long, but it's important to establish some examples of how Tears' prequel handled its shrines so we can understand how much worse they are here. Even the best Breath of the Wild shrines can be pretty forgettable, but that probably has more to do with the fact that they all look the same on the inside, and the fact that not every player is going to take the time to find, let alone complete, every shrine. Before we move on from Breath of the Wild, though, it's important to note that the Champion's Ballad DLC gave us 16 new shrines, and they're almost exclusively excellent. I especially love the shrines on the remixed Great Plateau, where it's all gloomy out and you're reduced to a quarter heart, making obstacle courses or enemy gauntlets much more threatening. The DLC for Breath of the Wild convinced me that Nintendo had stopped fucking around and had hit their stride with the shrine designs. If the sequel was going to have learned anything from Breath of the Wild's DLC, its shrines would blow its predecessor out of the water. But then, you know what happens next. Tears of the Kingdom has a scant 31 shrine quests, despite having 152 total shrines, which is more than Breath of the Wild has even after DLC. Of those 31 shrine quests, 25 of them require you to haul a crystal somewhere. Even the more interesting shrine quests, like this one where you have to show this guy a giant horse, still end with you dragging the shrine crystal around, even if it's for like a grand total of 2 minutes. Of the 6 remaining quests, Maka's Special Place and the White Bird's Guidance are level 1. It's entirely possible to just stumble across these shrines without ever speaking to these NPCs. The High Spring and Light Rings is level 2, because this island will be here regardless of whether you talk to this guy, and the task it asks you to complete is pretty intuitive. Just go down the mountain, which leaves Keys Born of Water, Legend of the Soaring Spear, and Dying to Find It as the only level 3 shrine quests that don't involve a crystal. And that's only 3 quests, so let's break them down. In Keys Born of Water, this construct tells you to offer the titular Keys Born of Water to these 3 stone pedestals. There's a campfire and a whole bunch of frost emitters nearby, and this quest is situated right next to a body of water. You have to create ice platforms, either by using these frost emitters or some other method, like an ice fruit or a sapphire rod, and then hold them over the fire to melt them until they're the right size to fit into 3 holes. The reward is an empty shrine. In Legend of the Soaring Spear, you come across this journal in a cave with a couple of Zonai spears nearby. The riddle says, throw the Zonai spear with the wing from the pedestal through the ring. This isn't even a riddle, it's just telling you what to do. Attach a wing to the Zonai spear, throw it through the ring, and your reward is an empty shrine. In Dying to Find It, you have another construct issuing a riddle, this time telling you to paint the pattern black on the opposite wall, which you do by attaching planks of wood to this rotating thing, and then waiting until it casts a shadow onto this pattern, and your reward is an empty shrine. Hey, there sure are a lot of empty shrines in Tears of the Kingdom, huh? How many, you may ask? 51 of them. 52 if you count this one that's a cute little fake out, which I do, because an empty shrine that subverts your expectations is still an empty shrine. That means that in a game with 152 shrines, over a third of them are empty. And the astute viewers in my audience may remember that there are only 31 shrine quests, 3 of which lead to non-blessing shrines. So if only 28 of those are accessed via quests, that's 24 shrines that are just sitting in the overworld waiting for you to find them. Some of those 24 do have content, to be fair. Content that isn't tied to a labeled shrine quest. In fact, exploring the underground prison ruins doesn't happen as part of a shrine quest, it leads to a blessing, and it's one of my favorite shrines in the game. Some of you may also say that finding these blessing shrines never bothered you, or that you even felt relieved to find them, but I think that's actually a point against the shrines with puzzles in them. That the shrines are so boring that it's a relief to find one that doesn't ask anything of you. I'd say we don't have time to discuss every single shrine, but we also don't really have to. because Tears of the Kingdom shrines repeat ideas and concepts so often that we can pretty easily talk about every type of shrine without dwelling on each one individually. We can save the individual thoughts for the shrine video. The first group of shrines on the list is the only group that every player is guaranteed to play, the 4 ability tutorials. These aren't bad, they're just simple, which you obviously expect from tutorials. These 4 shrines are found on the Great Sky Island, which is itself this game's tutorial section. And while you learn about the abilities and how they work inside the shrines, you're asked to put them to the test outside the shrines, something the game doesn't seem confident about asking you to do pretty much ever again after this. But I'm getting ahead of myself. While you're on the Great Sky Island, you'll learn to chop down trees to build things with logs, build rafts with fans attached to them to carry you over bodies of water, attach fans to minecarts to push you along rails, and you'll even be introduced to the wing device, which you'll be using a lot throughout the game. There are more than just those 4 tutorial shrines, though, because the next type of shrine we're going to talk about is the device tutorial. The spring, steering stick, stake, wing, rocket, mirror, sled, small wheel, fan, balloon.
Yes, I am saying them all to emphasize the point.
Stabilizer, big wheel, hoverstone, hydrant, and those water orbs from the water temple all have a shrine where the purpose is just to introduce the device and show you how it works. The big wheel, wing, and hydrant actually have 2 shrines each that are incredibly simple and serve as an introduction to the device and nothing else. There's nothing wrong with having shrines that introduce concepts in theory, but in practice there are 2 main issues. The first is that the player is not guaranteed to use any of this knowledge outside of shrines because the game rarely asks you to get creative with solutions to traversal or puzzles. The small wheel tutorial shrine teaches you to attach a wheel to a rail like this, and that's cool, but you will literally never do this again for the rest of the game. Even if you wanted to, this type of platform doesn't appear in the overworld, so it's not teaching you anything of value. The big wheel shrine asks you to think about the physics engine in a creative way with this puzzle, but it's the same issue here. The game will never test you on this knowledge or take it to the next level. This is partially because it can't. Since there's no way to know which shrines players will have encountered, you can't test players on something they may not know how to do yet. This was a problem in Breath of the Wild too, but Breath of the Wild didn't have almost 20 shrines dedicated to teaching you mechanics you either already know about or will never use. Speaking of mechanics you already know, that's the second problem with these device tutorial shrines. By the time you're off the Great Sky Island, you know how to use fans to propel things forward, but the game still has a shrine that teaches you how the fan works. Even if this is the first shrine you encounter fresh off the tutorial, it will still be repeated content, and that's the best case scenario. In my most recent playthrough, the fan tutorial was the 144th shrine I played. More than 80 hours in, I was being told that I can use a fan to push objects forward. No shit. For those of you who aren't keeping count, that's 19 shrines in addition to the 4 ability tutorials. 23 tutorials, but I'm not done yet because there's also the combat shrines. One that teaches you the basics of dodging and parrying, as well as the spin attack. One that teaches you about parrying again. One that teaches you about stealth and sneak strikes, and inexplicably there are 2 each for archery and throwing things. These aren't manifestly unnecessary. The player will know all of this by the time they leave the Great Sky Island, especially if they've already played Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a combat tutorial as well, but it just had 1. If you've made it to the shrines where they teach you how to throw stuff and you haven't already figured it out, these tutorials are not going to help you. If you need proof of this, I urge you to watch the Game Grumps play this game. The other problem with the combat tutorials is, well... By far the worst offender here is the sneak strike tutorial. This construct can spot you if you so much as breathe too loud, and every time you're caught, you need to try again, after you sit through the extremely slow-moving, unskippable text. So that's 30 total tutorial shrines on top of the aforementioned 52 empty shrines. Let's talk about those next. The crown jewel of empty shrines is the Otutsum Shrine in the Gerudo Highlands. This is just an empty shrine. It's sitting out in the open, it's easily visible from the sky, you go in, it is an empty shrine. This is easily the most pathetic shrine in either of these games, and its inclusion is genuinely mind-boggling. The Irisak Shrine is also in the Gerudo region, this time in the desert. I think the challenge is supposed to be this pool of quicksand around the shrine or something, but you end up right next to it when you're completing the main quest in that region, and you can very easily just glide there from the Lightning Temple. Even if the intended solution is to ride the planks through the quicksand using recall, that's not a puzzle that warrants a blessing shrine at the end. It's barely a puzzle at all. There are 2 shrines in Tears of the Kingdom that exist for the sole purpose of being used as warp points. One is at the end of the Rising Island chain, I mentioned it during the discussion of the Wind Temple, and the other other is on Dragonhead Island. I definitely feel negatively about the one next to the Wind Temple, but I do think it's important to have a way to easily travel to Dragonhead Island considering the door that takes 10 hearts to open. If you made it there early like I did, it would really suck to have to turn around with no way to get back. I understand that there's another proper shrine in the Thunderhead, but it's much higher up and much harder to get into before you've cleared the thunderstorm during the main story. Do I wish this warp shrine had content? Yes, of course. I wish every shrine had content. But this one doesn't bother me as much as the one near the Wind Temple. Next up, we have the Cave Blessings. These are exactly what they sound like. They're empty shrines where the whole challenge, if you can even call it that, is just finding them in a cave. You might remember that Tears of the Kingdom has just under 150 caves, so hiding shrines inside said caves makes perfect sense, and it could be interesting to comb through the cave systems of Hyrule looking for shrines. At least it would be, but there are two mechanics that work to make this task laughably easy. The first is the Shrine Sensor, a feature that returns from Breath of the Wild that blinks and makes noise when you're near a shrine. Being able to play hot and cold is not a dead giveaway though, you still need to find the correct cave and then figure out where exactly the shrine is. Unfortunately, the depths exist, and it doesn't take long to notice that every shrine has a matching light route and vice versa. Light routes are often the only thing you can see from any sort of distance in the depths. It's not hard to find all of them. By cross-referencing the surface with the depths, you will know where the cave shrines are 100% of the time. It's worth noting, by the way, that there are shrines and caves that aren't blessings. 7 of them, actually. It makes the 8 of them that are just flat-out empty feel like cut content. Like they took 6 years to make this game, and they still haven't finished it yet. The highlight in this group has to be the Geotack Shrine in the Elden region. You go through this underground minecart course filled with lava and enemies, and there's something of a traversal task involved. The empty shrine at the end brings it down, but it's more substantial than just following a marker on your map. Speaking of just following the map, up next, we've got a particularly shitty triad. Remember the mazes from Breath of the Wild? They're back, unchanged, and they still reward you with empty shrines. If you remember how to get to the shrines, it's mindlessly easy to just jump into the maze from above and walk straight to the end. This is especially unfortunate in the case of the Akala Labyrinth, because there's this super cool cave that goes under the ocean and leads to the basement of the labyrinth. There's a mini-boss fight in the cave with the Hinox, and then you'll have another fight with Phantom Ganon when you emerge in the basement. It puts a much-needed twist on the otherwise recycled maze content. What makes this unfortunate is that it's completely and totally optional. You can, very easily, just glide to this island. That's what you do in Breath of the Wild. If this maze had metal bars over the top, for example, so you couldn't enter that way, this shrine would likely be one of my favorites for the twist it puts on a recycled area. But since the cave portion is so optional that it's basically irrelevant, I'm mentioning this maze alongside the other two. On a more positive note, these 2 shrines in the sky that make you reflect light in the overworld using mirrors are some of my favorites. They're a little simple, I wish there was more to them, but I'm a total sucker for light puzzles in Zelda games. Also, I like the low gravity. I wasn't really upset that these shrines were empty, I was kind of expecting it by that point, and I had decent fun with them. The next group is a small one, there's only 4 of them, and they make up a group that I like to call the Not Shrine Quests. A Not Shrine Quest is a task in the overworld that leads to a shrine, but isn't associated with the quest. 2 of these are great, and 2 of these are horrible. Let's get the stinkers out of the way first. Remember the Shrine Sensor I mentioned earlier? That comes with a tutorial of its own. One where you have to follow Robbie down to the depths, take some pictures, fix his hot air balloon, then meet him back at the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab to get the sensor working. Then you enter a nearby cave to receive a free shrine for your troubles. Except for the little wrinkle being that this shrine is always there, and if you're using the depths to find the shrines on the surface, it's entirely possible to find the shrine before you ever speak to Robbie. The second awful not shrine quest involves transporting this guy, Cezanne, to meet up with his friend, Finley. Aside from his whole relationship being more than a little gross, seriously, the trope of characters being much older than they look needs to be retired, like at least 30 years ago. What the fuck is it doing in these games? You can just ignore them. Get cockblocked, weirdo. Leave this kid alone before I call Chris Hansen. And yes, I'm aware that this whole relationship thing is somewhat chalked up to a translation error, but only somewhat. I don't think anyone would have been upset to see these two go the way of the divine beast and be retconned out of existence. A much stronger not shrine quest is this game's take on Eventide Island. This NPC, Sesame, is part of a monster control crew and asks for your help taking the island back from the monsters who've occupied it. You don't lose all your items like you do in Breath of the Wild, but you still need to clear out 3 enemy camps around the island, then head around back to take on a 4th group of enemies aboard a pirate ship. Once you've defeated them, a gate will open that leads to the shrine. I call this a not shrine quest because for some reason the quest you receive when you talk to Sesame is categorized as a regular side quest instead of a shrine quest, even though you need to complete it in order to get to the shrine. It's got all the trappings of a proper shrine quest, and it would be inaccurate to categorize categorize this as a cave blessing, even though it is in fact a blessing in a cave. The last not shrine quest I want to mention is something I briefly mentioned earlier, and that's exploring the ancient Gerudo prison ruins. This is an underground maze of sorts, full of enemies, atmosphere, and personality. It being underground means you can't just look at the map to find the shrine like you can with the labyrinths. You can still use the depth to pinpoint the shrine on the map, but you can also see the shrine pretty early into exploring the maze. The puzzle is in traversing the area to figure out how you get there. It's not as involved as something like navigating the Typhlo ruins in Breath of the Wild, but it's definitely my favorite of the blessing shrines. Let's talk crystals next. I already mentioned that there are 25 crystal shrines, 24 of which are blessings. 4 of these fall more into the shrine quest category than the crystal category, so I'll bring those up when we get there. In the meantime, know that there are repeated ideas with these crystals too. The Natak, Josiu, and Genodoc shrines all require you to move a sky island using one of these little apparatus doohickeys. Tawny Nude and Okujisi both have you going around the back of a copy-pasted sky island, cutting some vines, and then building some sort of vehicle to transport the crystal. Another shrine does this too, but it's the one crystal shrine that has actual content inside. The Mayam, Ganos, and Kumamain shrines all require you to deal with a flux construct, and I say deal with and not fight or beat because you can just detach the crystal from the construct's body and leave without ever engaging with it. The flux constructs are great, at least the first couple of times you fight them, but they're everywhere in this game, and the novelty does wear off. Speaking of boss fights, the Sisuran, Usazum, and Momosik shrines all require you to beat a mini-boss in the overworld to obtain their crystal. These fights are never hard, and the whole thing just feels like busy work whenever I have to do it. Shout out to Momosik Shrine though, it's pretty cool to ride the minecarts. The Enoma and Gikaku shrines both have you dropping the shrine crystal down a great distance, which is satisfying, but did they have to do it twice? Rutafu Toki, Ikatak, Jonyu, and Moshapin are all cave crystals. Sometimes there are obstacles, sometimes there aren't. All of them are very simple and reward you with empty shrines. The 2 remaining crystal shrines are just crystals hanging out in the open world for no reason. One is here on Maneru Road and asks you to fly a plane through a waterfall, which is a cool visual, but you have to smash a lot of rocks to get there. And the other is in the Gerudo Canyon with a pre-assembled car conveniently located nearby. The last kind of blessing shrine, and I promise we're almost done with these, I'm sick of them too, believe me, serves as your reward for the small handful of shrine quests given to you by NPCs. This includes riding the giant horse, giving this Korok 5 golden apples, taking a quick walk in the woods and beating up this talus, buying the shrine rock off of this guy, and I'll throw in the one dive ceremony that rewards you with a blessing for some reason. That just leaves the Swariwak shrine, the one where you do the Yiga clan exam. Throughout the world, you run into these temporary Yiga bases and rescue 3 tailors being held hostage. Each base gives you a piece of the Yiga armor, and when you have the full set, you can enter the Yiga hideout as well as the Yiga Blade Master station, where you can take this exam. The task is pretty simple. Just offer bananas to these 5 frog statues. They're marked on the maps. There's not really much of a challenge in finding them, but needing to stay in disguise makes this task more interesting. The desert is hot during the day and cold during the night, so this mission forces you to think up some other ways to overcome the elements, by cooking, staying in the shade, or, okay, here's the first one. You don't have to wear the Yiga armor if you're not directly in front of this guy. It's not like in the Yiga hideout where you take off a single piece of the armor and are immediately ambushed and kicked out. There's no penalty for doing this. It's basically just walking around to 5 glowing waypoints and offering a banana. This shrine quest is the same structure as the game's dungeons, by the way. It's not good here either, but at least the dungeons come with a boss fight at the end. This quest just ends with you being let into a room containing a shrine for some reason. It feels very video gamey, but I'm more critical of it being boring than of it being contrived. Something I haven't mentioned yet is that each shrine will have at least 1 treasure chest in it. These often have their own little puzzles associated with them, but they don't ever give you anything good. Even in Breath of the Wild, you'd occasionally find pieces of an armor set, but in this game, the best thing you can get from a chest is like a bundle of arrows, maybe a big zonite charge or a battery, maybe a zonite weapon or bow. All of these are consumables, and the weapons will break so quickly that it never feels rewarding to find them. I didn't get all the bonus chests in this video, and no, I'm not sorry. I still spent 12.5 hours of my life in the shrines this time around. I did my time. We still have about 70 shrines left to cover. Don't worry though, these can be grouped into categories as well, starting with shrines in which the solution is literally just remembering you have your hand abilities. Shrines like stacking a path, building bridges, and moving the spheres don't test your abilities aside from the ability to remember you have Ultra Hand. A particularly egregious example of this type of shrine is building with logs. Absolutely nobody was asking for this. We learned how to build things with logs during the tutorial. Not all of these are bad. Built for Rails is pretty decent, for example, but it's not outclassing any of the better Breath of the Wild shrines, and it's still pretty simple. There aren't any shrines that ask you to use fuse in a creative way, besides maybe More Than Defense, which teaches you about the sorts of things you can fuse onto your shield. This is bordering on being a tutorial, and it's the only shrine in the game besides Fuse's tutorial where it's front and center, so not a great showing for Fuse. Ascend fares better, but not by much. The shrines that ask you to use it are usually very simple, and the objective is never more complicated than go up. The only exception I can think of is a prone pathway, where you have to hit switches to rotate this giant cube so you can ascend to the top. It's a decent puzzle, but it's still a one-room, one-note situation that you can skip with a rocket shield. Jailbreak is trying to be interesting, and I appreciate it for that, but it is not succeeding. It's too short to properly develop its idea, and that can be said of almost every shrine in this game. By far the worst puzzles belong to the Just Use Recall group. This shrine asks you to line up these rotating sections of a pillar and ascend to the top, and that's the entire shrine. This shrine has you hit a switch and then use recall on the shrine orb, and that's the entire shrine. This one is at least found in a cave, and the cave shrine that isn't a blessing is a very rare treat, even if the puzzle inside the shrine feels like an insult to my intelligence. Speaking of insults to my intelligence, possibly the worst shrine in the entire game asks you to use
Now we need more
bounce this ball
stone.
into this switch, and that's the entire shrine. This shrine actually brings up another problem. See this target? If you use a bomb flower on it, it'll register as being hit. Anytime you see a target like this, you can bomb it and skip the puzzle. I have no idea why they would do this. It somehow makes puzzles like the one we just talked about even worse. The group of shrines hurt the most by this baffling choice is definitely the batch that has you hitting things. I labeled these kinetic energy puzzles. Mallet smash, lever power, or maybe lever power? I don't know. Swing to hit, the right roll, all of these just amount to hit the target. And even without the knowledge that you can just cheat your way through them using bombs, the puzzles themselves are not particularly complicated. This is not an exhaustive list, by the way. I'm just trying not to bore you to death with all the shrine talk. There are a great deal more shrines that can be undermined extremely easily by the player. Built to Carry and Forward Force, for example, both have you moving a shrine orb through a sort of obstacle course. And in both cases, you can just use Ultra Hand and Recall to skip the whole thing. Bridging the Sands wants you to explore this wide open area full of quicksand in order to get this orb back to its pedestal after it was launched across the room. But I've never even tried to do this, because it's infinitely easier to just use Recall on the orb, something every player will know how to do. These puzzles feel so carelessly designed. In my second playthrough where I took notes on all the shrines, the phrase that kept coming up was, "They forgot about Recall," and with good reason. People praise the ability to just bypass these puzzles because having multiple solutions to a puzzle sounds appealing. It allows players to solve things their way rather than being constrained to a single path forward. I am not compelled by this argument. The entire open world exists for you to explore to your heart's content in any way you see fit. That is not what the shrines are for. Shrines, ideally, provide structured content that is effective specifically because of the limits it places on normal gameplay. It's a change of pace, and with the dungeons being the way they are, they're the main source of puzzles in this game. I'm not saying that having a puzzle with multiple solutions is a bad thing, but this is not a puzzle with multiple solutions. It's a puzzle with a kill switch. This issue extends to shrines I otherwise enjoy, too. Shining in Darkness is a maze you complete in the dark, but you come into these shrines with your full inventory, and the game has been training you since the tutorial to light up dark areas with bright blue seeds. Once you've lit the shrine up, there's really no challenge. I like the hiding spot for this key, and I like that there's a key in general. I miss locked doors. It's wild that the shrines have keys in them, but the dungeons don't, by the way. Unlocking this door leads to the end of the shrine, though. As soon as it gets interesting, it's already over. A shrine that I found myself enjoying on this most recent replay was Fire and Water, a puzzle that asks you to consider different elemental interactions in order to make it to the top of the room. Ice will melt, wood will burn, metal will conduct electricity, so it's up to you to stack blocks made of those materials and then ascend to the top. It's kind of reminiscent of Secret Stairway, a shrine from Breath of the Wild's DLC that I'm particularly fond of. I wish they did a bit more with this one. I think it would be one of my favorites if they had. I think it might still be one of my favorites just because of how weak the others are. Unfortunately, all of my praise for this shrine's puzzle is undercut by the fact that you can just do the recall trick or use a rocket shield to skip it. And don't even get me started on the rocket shield. The amount of shrine content that is completely trivialized by the ability to instantly gain a ton of height is ridiculous. They don't let you create updrafts to skip puzzles in shrines, but this is okay for some reason. The only real deterrent is that you can't take rockets out of your inventory inside shrines, but you can very easily walk out of the shrine, use a rocket onto your shield, and walk back in. Bomb jumps and Octorok balloons don't launch you as high as rocket shields do, but those are arguably even worse, since you can assemble them within the shrines themselves. Next up, let's talk about puzzle shrines that repeat ideas. These are particularly annoying to me because rather than developing a concept throughout a longer form shrine, they spread the same idea across multiple shrines. We already talked about the two hydrant and wing shrines during the tutorial section, but those are just the tip of the iceberg. Deep Force and Flotational Brilliance utilize this buoyant ball and platform that don't appear anywhere else in the game, but both shrines are shorter and weaker than they would have been if they had just been rolled into a single longer shrine. It's the same thing for Wind Power and Turbine Power. These shrines are so similar and so simple. These are classified in my notes as spinny thing shrines, though I should note that there is a tutorial shrine called a spinning device that is not a spinny thing shrine. Glad we got that cleared up. Speaking of names, I understand that these shrine names and placements are based on real-world locations, but the names we got in the English version didn't do nearly as good a job of sounding different from one another as something like the French version. Look up the French shrine names for a treat, by the way. Breath of the Wild was guilty of this too to some extent. Shea Kappa is different from Shea Loya, not to be confused with Sha Gemma. Then there's Sha Yota, but that's different from Sha Yuto. There's Dila Mag, Ruko Mag, Mag Halan, Mag Nora, and even Mag Latan, but that one's spelled differently. And if you think this is confusing, well, it is. But Tears of the Kingdom is somehow worse. For starters, Mayak and Mayam are two different shrines, both of which are distinct from Maya Chideg, which is not the same as Maya Chin or Maya Hisik. Maya Tat is not the same as Maya Mats, which is itself different from Maya Nas or Maya Otaki. There's Maya Siar, Maya Umekis, and Maya Usi. Joniu is totally different from Josiu, which shouldn't be confused with Jochi-iu, Jochi-siu, or Jochi-ihiga. There's Jonsao, Jogo, Joku-u, Joku-usin, and Joju-u-u. Yes, really. Siwakama is different from Sinakawak, which is itself different from Samosawak. Remember that shrine with the floating platforms from earlier? Flotational Brilliance? That one is the Rasawak shrine. No, not the Rasatakawak shrine, just Rasawak. But there's also a Rasatakawak. Whack is right. Those M shrines drove me so crazy that I made this graph showing the breakdown of shrines by the letter their names start with. I understand that this is more an issue with localization than with the game itself, and also more importantly, that this does not matter even a little bit, but this is my multi-hour Zelda video, and I'll go on a tangent about shrine names if I want to. Back on track. There's one more group of shrines I haven't mentioned yet, and I saved the best for last, the Proving Grounds shrines. These shrines strip you of all your armor, weapons, and materials you've collected so far, and put you up against some number of constructs. Your only weapons and materials are what you can scavenge from inside the shrine. There's usually a small weapons cache at the start of the shrine, but these are never stronger than basic wooden sticks. Most Proving Grounds shrines have some sort of theme or gimmick that makes them stand out from the others in some way. This one has water in it, making the shock arrows the enemies have particularly dangerous. This one is in complete darkness, and you can't get around that by using Bright Bloom Seeds here because they take all of your items. This one has you running constructs over with vehicles, and it's easily one of the funnier shrines in the game, though the shrine where you attach weapons to Roombas and set them loose on your enemies is a close competitor. The ones that are least successful are the ones that want you to lure constructs into traps, because these traps don't actually do enough damage to be satisfying, and it's difficult, if not outright impossible, to lure the constructs to exactly the right spot. I say impossible because constructs wielding bows won't chase you, so you can't lure them. In Proving Grounds, lure. The one in the dark was an awesome surprise when I first walked into the shrine, especially because it was my first ever Proving Grounds shrine, and I had to do a dive ceremony to access it in the first place. I wish there were more enemies though. This is too visually striking and mechanically interesting to be over so soon. This Proving Grounds shrine can only be accessed by ascending into the room it's in, and it's located on the Thunderhead Isles, so your best bet is to try and access it after you've completed the quest that clears the storm. It's pretty much impossible to see otherwise, and you need to balance on a rail and then use ascend, which I'm sure is possible to do in low visibility, but I do not have the patience. I also think it's a little cute that this is an area surrounded by a thunderstorm, and it's the electric Proving Grounds. My favorite Proving Grounds is also my favorite shrine in the game, and that's the one that has you shield surf down Mount Lanayru while going through rings. I was convinced this would be a blessing, so I was extremely pleasantly surprised to find not just a real shrine, but a Proving Grounds shrine, and a fun one too. You have hot air balloons, these platforms on rails that you can use recall on, and since you start at the bottom of the room, you're likely to be spotted early and be at a disadvantage, which makes things more challenging and more interesting. Great job, Zakusu. You may be second to last on my list of shrines sorted alphabetically, but you're number one on the list of shrines in my heart. I understand some people will argue that it's okay that most of the shrines in this game are simple because this is a game for children. I understand the tutorial shrines. Kids play this game. My mom plays this game. Accessibility is obviously important. The problem isn't the low floor, it's the low ceiling. These puzzles never get good. They're never developed or iterated on in interesting ways. Even the Proving Grounds shrines are fun once, but then they're over. Zelda is known for challenging players to think, whether it's the infamous Water Temple in Ocarina of Time, or the harder dungeons in a game like Link's Awakening. Part of the appeal of the Zelda series was getting stumped, even frustrated, because the designers trusted you to figure things out. And it was so satisfying when things finally clicked. There wasn't a single puzzle in a shrine that made me feel like I had to think at all, let alone think creatively. You can mess around and solve things wrong if that's fun to you, but it would have been better to have puzzles that were designed with competent players in mind. I also understand the argument that the shrines have to all be simple because they can be played in any order and you don't want a new player stumbling into a super hard shrine out of nowhere, but there are literally zero consequences if a shrine is too hard and you need to leave and come back later. You unlock the warp point when you find a shrine after all, not when you complete it. So if you can't finish the shrine for whatever reason, you can just leave. You could also put the harder shrines further off the beaten path. Imagine if, instead of a blessing, those caves you had to explore led to extra hard challenges that were meant to test your mastery of the game or your puzzle solving skills. We'll talk about this a bit more later when I talk about the steps I would take to fix the problems with this game game, but for now, we're done talking about shrines. I didn't go over every single one, but I'm confident you've got the picture by now. I do plan on making a separate video that's just about shrines, though I would forgive you if you've forgotten by now that you're not already watching the shrine video. Don't worry, I still have plenty of things to complain about. Just wait till we get to the story. I got to this part of the script and had a bit of a realization. I didn't do almost any of the side quests. Even on my initial casual playthrough, I just never really wanted to engage with them. The tasks weren't going to be interesting, the characters were going to be annoying, and most importantly, I wouldn't get anything out of it. There is zero intrinsic motivation for me to talk to these characters. I genuinely do not care what they have to say. To be clear, this is not a problem unique to Tears of the Kingdom. It was like this in Breath of the Wild too. My issue is that they didn't fix it. There is a shockingly small number of NPCs that I find even remotely tolerable in these games. Most of them either have no personality, are extremely annoying, or both sometimes. I don't even know how that's possible. How'd you even do that, Tears of the Kingdom? What the hell's wrong with you? All of this is to say that I was not compelled to partake in these quests because of some amazing character writing. If I was going to do these quests, it was going to be because they were going to give me something that I actually wanted. And since almost none of the rewards in this game are any good, that means I did almost none of the side quests. Here is a complete list of every kind of reward you can get for completing a side quest in Tears of the Kingdom. There's materials, that's ingredients, gemstones, resources like wood, monster parts, or even zonai charges, cooked food and elixirs, rupees, arrows, weapons, bows or shields, sleepover tickets, pony points, and glider fabric. That's it. With the exception of the last three, this is just a list from Breath of the Wild again, a game that already didn't have enough types of rewards in it. It may seem hopeful if they added 3 new types, but I've got some bad news for you on that front. A sleepover ticket lets you spend a night at a stable for free, something that usually costs 20 rupees. Pony points count towards a total, and once you've earned enough of them, you get a reward, like the ability to register an additional horse, cosmetics for your horse, stuff like that. Aside from the fact that horses are tragically completely useless in this game, that sounds decent enough, right?
I could give you pony points as a thank you.
I don't care about your fucking pony points.
You can earn them through side quests, but you can also farm them repeatedly by either sleeping at the inn or registering a new horse, both of which cost 20 rupees. So 2 out of these 3 new reward types are just 20 rupees with extra steps. As for the glider fabric, it's a cool idea to be able to customize the paraglider, but in order to change between fabrics, you need to go to Hateno Village, talk to this guy, pay him 20 rupees, and then watch this short cutscene. If there were a faster way of swapping between fabrics on the fly, no pun intended, it could be fun to play around with them. Maybe you could even coordinate them with your outfit or something. But needing to stop what you're doing and go get your glider fabric changed at a specific location makes me never want to do it. Also, I've heard people say that they're glad the items you needed amiibos to unlock in Breath of the Wild are available in Tears of the Kingdom without them, and I agree. Locking in-game content behind real-world, overpriced action figures is scummy, both from a corporate greed standpoint and from a preservation standpoint. If it became impossible to find amiibos one day, this content would be permanently inaccessible, which is why it sucks that Tears of the Kingdom locked a whopping 23 glider fabrics behind amiibos. That's nearly half of them. There was a lot more in it for the player in previous Zelda games. Being able to get a piece of heart for helping someone, for example, or gratitude crystals in Skyward Sword. Those made sense to receive after helping someone. Having some sort of new reward type added to Tears of the Kingdom would have incentivized players to interact with the side quests in some capacity, and I know this because unique rewards, when they do very rarely appear, are widely sought after. I slogged through this mayoral election subplot for a 3rd time just to put Link's hood down, and you know what? It was worth it. I find CC insufferable, and I don't really care for the NPCs in this game in general, as you may have put together. Also, everyone and their mother gets thrown a stupid mushroom out of a Link camp. But just being able to change Link's appearance in a new way was more than enough motivation to follow the quest to the end, even though I didn't really enjoy the quest itself. I had to start the newspaper side quest and do the Stable Trotters escort mission just to unlock the Great Fairy, and absolutely none of this process was fun in the slightest. I don't really care for Pen, and don't get me started on Mario over here. Forget the Koroks, I wish I could strap this motherfucker to a rocket. Oh yeah, the Koroks. The Koroks are another set of characters who seem to have completely forgotten who you are, including Hestu, their broccoli leader. Finding the 1,000 Korok seeds scattered across the map is not something I'm ever interested in doing. I love Breath of the Wild, but I'm never going to find all 900 Korok seeds. I accepted this many years ago. It's just not happening. Part of that has to do with the way the game screeches to a halt every time you find one. It's like the blue coins in Mario Sunshine. I have to decide whether I value the precious, fleeting time I have on this earth more than I do the task of collecting yet another literal piece of shit from one of these guys. I also appreciate the escort Koroks in theory, but they're a significant diversion from whatever it is you were already doing, and your reward is just 2 Korok seeds, which doesn't seem proportional to the amount of effort you usually have to put in, especially considering there's no weight to these quests. So moving this guy across a minecart track is treated exactly the same as moving this guy across the entire fucking ocean. I think I also kind of resent the backpack Koroks because, let's be real, this game was made for the internet. They knew people would strap rockets to the Koroks or crucify them or make them get dragged behind a horse and would put clips of it on the internet. They made a game that markets itself. The whole building thing in general is primarily in the game, I think, so people can post their epic penis guy videos on Twitter. Same with the stupid fucking Ganondorf meme face, but we'll talk about that later. At some point on your journey, you'll run into this guy, Addison. He's struggling to hold his wooden sign up, and you need to help him by propping it up using nearby materials or whatever you can scavenge. I find him more than a little annoying, but it's a neat little distraction the first time you do it. There's a little wrinkle though, namely the fact that there are 81 of these challenges strewn across the map. This character is copy and pasted 81 times. This repetitive busy work task gets even worse when you realize you can just use a hoverstone to hold up his signs 100% of the time. Something that's not hard to figure out considering the fact that the water temple familiarizes players with the device and how it works. Any players who've played the main story will know about hoverstones. And once you figure that out, the solution to every single puzzle is preordained. And then, whenever you do help him out, he gives you 20 rupees, some cooked food, and then one item like a mushroom or a bomb flower or a sleepover ticket, so 20 rupees. But he gives you these rewards one at a time, meaning you spend 2 seconds completing this puzzle, and then spend 2 minutes mashing A through all the text boxes. You get a glider fabric if you do all 81 of them, but we already talked about the issues there. And it doesn't change the repetitive nature of the actual task that you're being asked to complete. Tears of the Kingdom seemingly arbitrarily designates some side quests as side adventures. I guess the side adventures are supposed to be higher priority side quests. It didn't make me want to do them anymore, I'll tell you that much. The side adventures include the aforementioned questline that concerns the Lucky Clover Gazette, Hyrule's newspaper. You work with Penn, who I already hinted that I wasn't the biggest fan of, though he's grown on me, especially in the making of this video. It's not his fault he's in this fucking game. You visit 12 of the stables around Hyrule looking for leads on where Zelda could be. Any quest that has to do with Zelda's whereabouts is necessarily going to be shitty for reasons we'll discuss when we finally talk about the story, but these quests are kinda weak sauce on their own anyway. Follow this trail of pine cones, escort this guy down the river, you get the idea, they're all like this. The reward for completing all of these quests also feels more than a little like a slap in the face. One of the most common talking points when it came to criticism of Breath of the Wild was how rain made you basically completely unable to climb. Tears of the Kingdom gives you the ability to brew sticky elixirs, which, aside from sounding nasty, are supposed to allow you to climb in the rain. The problem is that it doesn't actually work, and you'll still be sliding down the walls, even with the full set equipped. It's only once you upgrade the set that you'll be able to climb in the rain without slipping, because you'll gain the slip-proof bonus. And you'll only have access to the full set once you've already traveled basically the whole world looking for the stables in order to complete the quest in the first place. Speaking of upgrading your armor, the Champion's Leathers, Link's signature outfit from this game, or one of them I guess, is one of the best armor pieces in the game, but if you want to upgrade it, you're going to need parts from the Light Dragon. You can only get a dragon part once every 10 real-life minutes, and you need multiple of them per upgrade. This is a nightmare scenario. The idea of playing this game on a current patch without the duplication glitch makes me feel physically ill. I think if I ever accidentally updated this game, I would just never play it again. The fact that I was able to duplicate materials whenever I wanted is probably the only thing that got me through 3 playthroughs of this game. There's another side adventure called Madison's Independence that involves Hudson and Ronson from Breath of the Wild, and it's one of the few quests that comes with a unique reward, the ability to build your own customizable house. The mechanics there are fine, I guess. This video is a breakdown on the issues with it made by someone infinitely more patient than me, but more relevant to this discussion is the quest you need to do to unlock it. The following is everything you need to do to complete this quest. Talk to Hudson and Ronson to begin the quest. Talk to Madison. This time, talk to Madison over here and answer a single question. Put like a plank of wood or something in front of this guy to obstruct his vision, talk to Hudson again at the construction site, hand over 10 Sundelions, and watch a short cutscene. That is the entire quest. Madison is established as kind of a generic bubbly child character and has no real personality beyond being generally sweet child and ending a bunch of her words in son. Also, for some fucking reason, she doesn't say lone sun here. Are you fucking serious? You say son in every goddamn word, but this one's normal? Are you... I get the sense that this is supposed to be one of their better developed side quests too, which is even more depressing because I did it in its entirety in like 5 minutes. If you don't have 10 Sundelions, there's some work involved in going and collecting them, but that task isn't related to these characters in any way and just amounts to more busy work. This quest also showcases another issue with the game that is so common that it became more and more distracting as time went by, and that is the game's reliance on fading to black. Throughout this quest, rather than seamlessly animating characters moving from place to place, the game will fade to black. There are two particularly egregious examples of this just in this quest alone. The first is here, where you put something in front of this guy's face to obstruct his vision, talk to Madison, fade to black, she runs onto the platform, fade to black again. Then, a bit later you talk to Hudson to give him the Sundelions, fade to black. Ronson comes over to tell him it's time for Madison to go to Gerudo Town, and rather than showing her walk on screen, it smash cuts to her face, fades to black, and then resumes with her standing by Link and the others. This feels so cheap and lazy, and if me complaining about this feels like nitpicking, please understand that the game does this constantly. I don't understand why they couldn't have pre-rendered a few more of these sequences, especially this one at the end, in the hot air balloon. This is clearly supposed to be an emotional climax of sorts, but this quest does not do enough to make me care about these characters. I've known them for like 5 minutes. This is not impactful. I'm more distracted by how sloppy everything here is. It's hard not to raise an eyebrow when Ronson scolds Madison for making a ruckus when she's literally just standing there, for example. Side quests used to be one of the major highlights of Zelda games, but the Switch Zelda games are much weaker, especially Tears of the Kingdom. I'm serious when I say that Breath of the Wild is not much better. Breath of the Wild was not built on top of another game's engine, with 6 years to develop characters and make them better, and to give us better rewards. My main point is that none of these new quests are fun, and none of them give you any sort of meaningful reward for completing them. Tears of the Kingdom is the first game to make me feel bored and overwhelmed at the same time. There's so much to do in this world, and absolutely none of it matters. As a disclaimer, I'm not someone who really cares about the combat in these games. I like picking mushrooms and solving puzzles. I like riding on the dragons and cooking my silly little meals. I don't have anything to contribute to the conversation about combat, especially because Joseph Anderson broke down how Breath of the Wild's combat worked basically flawlessly, and Tears of the Kingdom works exactly the same way. Flurry Rush is still broken, there's still no reason to parry, armor still completely breaks the balancing, it's all exactly the same as it was in Breath of the Wild. The only difference is that most weapons are decayed now, and Fuse makes defeating monsters somewhat more rewarding than it was in Breath of the Wild, because you can use those monster parts to upgrade your weapons. The only problem is...
What are you doing all the way over there?
I'm not someone who even had a problem with the weapons breaking in Breath of the Wild. I thought it was fun and satisfying to break weapons over an enemy's head, and it led to some unique situations where you had to improvise. But people are talking about this game like it fixed Breath of the Wild's issues, and like, no, it didn't. First of all, unfused weapons are more brittle than ever because they're all decayed as a result of the upheaval, and fused weapons still break in a matter of minutes, except this time you feel like you're wasting the weapon and whatever resource you fuse to it. This is even worse when you take the pristine versions of weapons into account. The ones found in the depths? I briefly mentioned this earlier, but the only way to make pristine weapons spawn in the depths is to break the decayed version above ground, but only a decayed version that you haven't fused with anything. Nothing in the game ever so much as suggests that this is how it works. And the game has been training you since you got Fuse on the Great Sky Island to attach materials to all of your weapons to make them stronger. I don't know how anyone is ever supposed to figure this out without looking it up. The same is true of these rock Octoroks. If you drop a weapon, shield, or bow in front of these guys, they'll suck it up and repair it, resetting its durability and even adding some sort of stat boost. This is a cool feature, and being able to restore weapons is something many people were clamoring for. But again, how are you supposed to know how to do this? The last thing I want to mention on the topic of combat in these games is enemy variety. Breath of the Wild was rightfully criticized for having by far the smallest group of enemies to fight in the entire series, including the first game ever in 1986, when Zelda looked like this. This game had a wider variety of enemies than Breath of the Wild did, and unfortunately it has more than Tears of the Kingdom too. Overwhelmingly, you'll be fighting the same Bokoblins, Moblins, and Lizalfos that you fought in Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom likes to pretend it introduced a whole bunch of new enemies, but if you look at the actual list, it's not as great as the game would like you to think. In terms of regular enemies, Tears of the Kingdom added Horriblins, Arakudas, Evermeans, Soldier Constructs, Captain Constructs, Like-Likes, Gyptos, and Little Frogs. That's only 8, and I'm being generous by counting the Captain and Soldier constructs separately because they're basically the same thing, except the Captain constructs have more health. Within that list, Arakudas can look cool at first, but they only have 2 hit points, and this is the Zelda game that introduced lock-on for your bow and arrow, so they never actually pose a threat. Evermeans are literally just what if trees, but evil, which, don't get me wrong, is fucking hilarious, but they're not much of a threat. The constructs are fine, but you'll mostly be fighting them in shrines or in the sky. And, like their ranger counterparts, they very rarely interact with the world in any sort of interesting way. Horriblins are a much-needed breath of fresh air, but they're no more interesting than any of the other main enemy types you'll be encountering over and over again, and you only really see them in caves. Gibdos are a cool addition. They don't look anything like they did in the N64 days, but that's not really important. They're only found in the Gerudo region though, so they aren't often enemies you'll actually run into. This is not even doubling the enemy count from Breath of the Wild, and even if you doubled that number of enemies, you'd still have fewer types of enemies than Zelda 1. Mini-bosses didn't fare much better. There's the boss Bokoblin, which is literally just what if Bokoblin, but big. There's the Battle Talus, which is just a regular stone talus cosplaying as an enemy camp. There's the Flux Constructs, but as I mentioned during the Shrine section, those are used and reused so many times that you will get sick of fighting them. The Gleeoks are plenty intimidating, and they've got the firepower to back their appearance up. They're fun fights, and while it's unfortunate that you can just infinitely stun lock them with arrows, you still have to avoid their attacks for long enough to fire off those arrows in the first place. I like these guys. They're pretty neat. More of these, please. The Phrox, on the other hand, is sort of like a mix between a Talus and a Hinox. Hinox? I don't fucking know. But somehow even less fun or interesting. Aside from the shock value of encountering one in the darkness of the depths for the first time, they don't have much to offer. And speaking of shock value, all that's left to discuss is the Gloomspawn. These nightmare hands are sort of a successor to the Guardians, in the sense that the devs wanted an enemy that makes you shit your pants and run away every time you see it. They're definitely scary in the beginning of the game, and visually they're much more overtly creepy looking than the Guardians. The Guardians were more unsettling. This is horrifying. But even having said that, I'm sorry, it's not even close. That initial piano when a Guardian spots you is going to be burned into our collective psyche for years to come. The Gloomspawn theme is freaky, using those reverse voice samples that Tears of the Kingdom loves so much, but it's nowhere near as iconic. And the Gloomspawn as an enemy is nowhere near as threatening as a Guardian was. A Guardian could see you from a mile away, and it would not stop until it had mowed you down with its big fuck-off laser. Gloomspawn can't swim, they can't climb walls or trees, and they don't have any ranged attacks. So you can just run to somewhere where they can't get to you, and they'll get frustrated and disappear. Good luck outrunning a Guardian. The Gloomhands also have a pretty long animation when they first spawn in, and then they notice Link, which gives plenty of time to see them and either figure out somewhere to escape, or a plan for combat, or to just teleport away. The Gloomspawn doesn't have the same element of surprise as the Guardians, and they're so clearly... See? I got you, didn't I? The Gloomspawn are so clearly trying to be the next big thing, and it's just kind of sad. Their lack of ranged options combined with their extreme weakness to bombs means that the best option will always be to just run away and then throw bombs at them. There's never a question of how you're going to fight them because you don't want them to get close enough to you that they can grab you and drain your health. After you defeat them, Phantom Ganon shows up, and you don't want them to just run away and then find with their extreme weakness to bombs means that the best option will always be to just run away and then throw bombs at them. There's never a question of how you're going to fight them because you don't want them to get close enough to you that they can grab you and drain your health. After you defeat them, Phantom Ganon shows up, and he's even more of a pushover than the Hands. He's just a standard duel with someone else in your weight class, and if you've got the Master Sword, it's very easy to make quick work of him. It's always more frustrating than intimidating when the Hands show up, because now you're in for a two-phase mini-boss fight that's interrupting whatever you were doing before. So, good first impression, but it's diminished significantly by your 10th hour, let alone your 100th. See? Every time. But enough of combat, enough of disappointing dungeons and subpar side quests and shrines. It's time to get into the real train wreck. Let's talk about the story.
Link, this edible ain't shit.
Look, I understand how someone could enjoy or defend this game.
Oh my god.
Despite its myriad flaws, it's fun to mess.
I need to show you that. Oh wait, you don't have your headset. Oh, I need to show you something.
Or understand how someone could enjoy or defend about the story.
Link.
Huh?
Quests and shrines.
continued the video in the restroom.
It's time to get into the real train wreck.
I guess just put on my headset.
Let's talk about the story.
Link, this edible ain't shit.
Those fucking words.
I have this friend on
I understand how
Instagram who sells edibles, and I really want to try the ones he sells.
Edibles.
Like full baked goods and stuff, like Rice Krispie treats and cookies. He even does infused food.
Huh? Just very interesting. A bunch of the enemy outposts got upgrades. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah, they look like full-on bases.
Yeah.
Kind of want to take them over.
The ones I've seen so far have been too high level for me to try them.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Sir. Don't make me catch you.
Do it, dude. Catch me. Damn it. Oh no. Just in your ball. I don't want any more of you. Leave you alone. What is that? So sweet? What the fuck are you doing down here? You're not supposed to be here. He doesn't even go here. Where's that? What the fuck is that? Something's still chasing me. What is happening? Ooh, I need your organs. Are you serious? Yeah. Still take Take toys, take toys. Let's look at them all. Can't get me up here. Oh fuck. Ah, stop it. Stop it. Come in your face. No power skills available. Dude. You are joking. Of course. I hate everything. Holy shit balls. Hungry. Oh my god. Let's take no damage. Click. Go around and kill.
Damn, where did that Arsox go?
This thing is huge. What the fuck? Oh god. Is Anubis aggressive?
Kind of.
What does that mean? Oh no, there's a question mark on him. No, go on.
Oh, if he has a question mark, you should be fine. It's if they have that X above them that they're about to attack.
The one that ended up my pal attacking him by accident. Do you think you could come help me if you're close by? No.
You're over there. Can head towards you, but it.
Oh god, Anubis is aggressive! Anubis is aggressive!
Heading to your general direction.
Anubis is hurting. Oh my
goodness.
God, are you joking?
What level was he?
Anubis is level 47. I'm trying to get the shiny dick toys, which is level 35. Oh no, it's attacking it. Oh no. Are you coming to me?
I'm heading your way, yeah.
Okay. I will try to stay here as long as possible. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh no. No, that dick twist is going to die. Here. Attack this Nightwing instead. Go. No, Nightwing attack the Anubis. Get back here. What the? Oh no. Oh no. No. Fuck. No. No.
Did you just die?
No, the dick toys got killed.
Sorry, babe.
That's okay.
Chad.
Thank you for trying. Are you gonna heat up your pizza at any point?
What?
Are you gonna heat up your pizza at any point?
I was gonna jump off here in a little bit because I'm getting a little sleepy.
Oh, okay. Let me just get my stuff back and then I can hop off.
Yeah, I'm not that hungry anymore. Plus my stomach is doing backflips right now.
Fuck me, my Nightwing is dead.
right on time because they just leveled up.
Oh, fuck me.
Hmm.
It's nighttime, so it's cold. I won't be able to get my shit until daytime.
Someone could enjoy or defend this game as a whole. Despite its myriad flaws, it's fun to mess around in this Hyrule-sized sandbox and build your silly little cars. But there can be no defending the story of Tears of the Kingdom. The story in this game is utter dog shit, and the section's going to be long because I intend to back that up. If you thought the shrine section was extensive, you haven't seen shit. Before I put the tear in Tears of the Kingdom and rip this story to shreds, I want to briefly touch on the voice acting in this game. Breath of the Wild was the first Zelda game to feature voice acting, and much like in Breath of the Wild, the English voices in this game suck. I understand there's only so much a talented voice actor can do with the script they're given, but the lack of emotion or personality from anyone in this game besides maybe Rauru or Sonia is staggering. I know people really like Matt Mercer, like as a person, and he does a fine job, but I don't know if casting him as Ganondorf was the right move. He doesn't sound like some intimidating king of evil. He sounds like Matt Mercer. I played this game with the Japanese voices, and it went
Matt Mercer played Ganondorf? Isn't that the guy from that D&D?
Sounds familiar.
Guy with the long hair? Really popular DM?
Critical Role?
Yes. Isn't that him? Yeah. He played Ganondorf?
Wow.
Huh. Odd choice, though.
Why odd?
Well, even she was saying that, like, as much as that she loves Matt Mercer, like, the choice for Ganondorf was not very good, appropriate, fitting. I played it in Japanese, so I don't know, but
Imagine if it was Neil Newbin,
who?
the guy who plays Asterion.
No, I don't think he would do a great villain.
No, I know his voice doesn't fit the character. Just
Oh.
imagining Ganondorf with that voice.
a long way towards
Zelda. Seems you've been captured again.
You said, what is happening?
Link won't save you this time.
There you go. The fuck is up with my internet?
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention. Don't start.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention. Don't start.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention.
What is happening?
I'm stuck.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked
It's
up.
it's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting
Oh.
battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Too much attention. I'm stuck.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked
It's
up.
just getting longer.
Oh, that's fine. Jesus Christ.
Now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god.
Are you sure the Invisible Man didn't just take him?
Fucking David, he's gone. Ching.
I cannot find the remote. Hey, where's the remote?
Ching. Oh dear.
Who's that?
He just bolted. What do you mean?
Are you sure the Invisible Man didn't just take him?
Fucking David, he's gone. Yes, sir.
Jesus.
It's hilarious. Ching. Oh dear.
Who's that?
That was funny. When David broke something and he just ran away.
Ow.
You have a bruise there.
I knocked myself into the freaking doorknob the other day. Hurts so bad.
Just playing, babe. Mm. Mm. Mm.
What do my nipples taste like?
Got a weird smell slash taste. I don't know.
I had puppies against me. I hope that. But they were like against my shirt, not against my skin. Sorry. Probably should have showered.
Nobody's outside, right?
I don't think so. I thought I brought everybody in. Keep us with I'll put it over here at least.
No. No.
Oh, what you mean by no is yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Careful pressing right there.
Hmm?
Careful pressing right there. Can you just go see my grandparents while I'm over there? I'd meant to, but then by the time like I'm already leaving from months ago, I'm like, I just want to go home.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Oh. Well, at least I was able to get some dig toises out of here.
Which will definitely come in handy.
Yes, we need a lot of stone.
Now we just need some really good wood chopping pellets.
The alien ones were decent at it. I put one down. Yeah, I put one down. No. Hmm.
You don't like the new Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right?
Yes and no. What do you mean? I don't like the new mechanics. I'm sure there's a bunch of cool looking cards.
That's, I guess, more what I mean. Talking about the cards more than the mechanics.
I'm sure there's some I like. Plus, they keep adding Dark Magician support cards, so um, yeah. Why?
Just curious. Hey Google, channelized amethyst. I kind of like that whole fishing thing.
Me too. I've always thought the mechanic Stardew implemented was pretty neat. It's really simple and better than just clicking A to fish to grab a fish when it bites it. Especially with how crazy the legendary fish go. And it's actually like, you know, a decent challenge to try to get it. And well, that shiny pal I found was going crazy like that. Not as crazy as legendary fish, but still crazy nonetheless. Compared to these easy ones that are just...
Do you have to like click around it or move the mouse? Or...
It's the way same exact way I started with. Remember you would have to grab the bar, hold the bar over the fish.
Yeah.
And then it will build up, and when you weren't on the fish, it will go back down. Exact same thing. You have to hold the bar over. Over the fish arrow. I'm not really paying attention to what it is, and the meter will start filling up. And then you just yeah. You just have to stay in that fish bar. You click to go to the right, and you let go to go to the left. And they come with like pretty good stats. I think the glowing ones are just telling you like they have a really cool stat.
Okay, maybe I need to make the rod next.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to make wheat because that's what I needed for the bait. Power generator.
How close do you think lightning is to having more puppies?
Probably like 2 weeks, I would say. Okay. Return to title. Now what am I gonna play? Oh, let me finish posting these.
Well, hold up.
Let me finish posting these.
Here, I can put you on top of this area.
I got this. Stop. I got this. my god.
Just drop him.
Hold on.
Murderer. Murderer.
How the fuck are we supposed to get up there?
Here, go small. I can throw you.
Oh, no, fuck you.
Wow, you're gonna abandon your best friend.
No, but I don't trust you.
Here, I can put you at least. I can put you
Hold
at
on.
least on this side. Go small. No, leave it there. Leave it there. I can at least put you on top of. Here, I can put you on top of this side.
I got this. Stop. I got this. Oh my god.
Just drop him.
There's no man left behind.
No man left behind.
Behind.
No man left behind.
How the fuck are we supposed to get up there?
Here, go small. I can throw you.
Oh, no, fuck. How the fuck are we supposed to get up there?
Here, go small. I can throw you.
Oh, no, fuck.
You die.
Shit.
Oh no.
You die. This is it.
That's 4 clips, Marcos, of you falling.
Do you have other clips of this?
I've been
Please tell me you have
clipping.
other clips.
I've been clipping a lot of section.
Oh no.
You die.
Section. Oh my gosh. Nothing, just laughing at the stuff I clipped yesterday. When Marcos fell here, he was just like, oh no. Section.
Jeez, I wish I would have been streaming so that way I could have put
I don't know what
where
you.
I just jumped over.
Where you jumped over?
Well, like,
You die.
I walked into the room that Marcos was in without him warning me that there was a fucking hole in the room.
Oh.
And I just,
Well, actually, it should be fine. What the fuck?
No! No!
What happened?
what? Where's his hand?
I have no clue. You want to bring it, babe? Just a bit. Well, actually, it should be fine. What the fuck?
No! No!
What happened?
What?
You want to bring it, babe? Just a bit. Well, actually, it should be fine. What the fuck?
No! No!
What happened? You want to bring it, babe?
Marco says he's off the hook for breaking the first crystal.
Bitch. I got an orb. Okay.
Evil. Go ahead. Make my day. See? Sometimes it be your own people. Jeez.
What?
When Carlos sacrificed himself to kill the duck. And
I didn't get to see that.
You just see his head fly out, and then you see the orb from the duck fly out, and then just break as soon as it hits the ground. See? Sometimes it be your own people. Marco says he's off the hook for breaking the first crystal.
Bitch. I got an orb. Bitch. I got an orb. Okay.
Evil. Go ahead. Make my day. See? Sometimes it be your own people.
Bitch. Oh gosh.
That's all I care.
Here's hoping, babe. I'm gonna heat up my pizza.
That girl is a nightmare. I thought our dogs were bad, and you know sometimes they are, but
Ata. Ata. Oh, 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 Ata. Ata. Of course, why wouldn't it be?
careful when I put there. Foot's still
Nobody's there outside? Babies? I got a little sad earlier when I was playing with the dogs with the hose, because
yeah.
there was one missing
I had a
from
moment.
the usual.
I had a moment in the other room earlier. Your hands are so cold.
Yeah, I have little moments here and there when I go into that room. I talk to her sometimes when I'm alone. Or at least I like to think I am.
Yeah.
Every single time I go get the dogs. Like, she crosses my mind.
You know, why wouldn't she? She's a special little girl.
It almost feels like my body is still expecting her to show up,
Yeah.
even though I know that's never gonna be the case.
Yeah.
But it feels like my body is reacting to it like that. Like I linger a little bit on the door and like call out to see if there's anybody else, and no response. And
Because you're still adjusting.
I know.
Yeah, that's normal. It's completely normal.
Hadn't cried about this in a couple days. This thing's so good. Well, not good, because you know what I mean.
I get what you
you. How the fuck are we supposed to get up there?
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked
It's
up.
just
No,
being locked.
fuck you. I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's.
Those are new. I've never encountered those enemies before. Oh.
Well, now we're here. Look at us. We're all dead. Oh my god.
Nope. It's stuck. You fucked up.
It's just getting longer.
I think you just put it in your inventory. Okay, it's wasting battery.
It's getting longer because you guys are playing with it too much.
Structure. Want to bring a move?
Internet, die bitch. Wait till victory. I don't got the badass internet dollars. This is Halo. What you gonna play 2K or what?
The game mode where it incorporates just this weapon.
Internet.
In the kitchen for
Let's move out. Fire in the hole.
making the cutscenes tolerable to sit through, especially as it pertains to a certain rock boy. The Japanese voice actors do a phenomenal job, even if they can't save this game from its own script. For the purpose of this video, I'm going to be using clips from the English dub, because this video is in English, and I know people are going to be listening to this and not necessarily watching it, but I experienced these scenes for the first time in Japanese. I will say that Breath of the Wild had some major discrepancies between its original Japanese script and the English localization, but Tears of the Kingdom's English script seems to be mostly faithful to the original, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Let's start by talking about the main story content here, the memories. Almost all of the cutscenes in Breath of the Wild were set in the past, 100 years prior to the events of the game. They mostly showed Link interacting with the other champions, and especially with Zelda. I say interacting, but Link's a silent protagonist, so he's given a disappointingly small amount of characterization beyond simple body language. You unlocked these cutscenes by looking at pictures that Zelda took using her Sheikah Slate 100 years ago. Then it's up to you to figure out where the picture was taken and go there. Since Link was present for these moments, returning to the place where they happened causes him to suddenly remember a part of his past. There are 12 pictures plus a 13th bonus one once you found the others, and they can be viewed in pretty much any order. The story here is hurt more by how far removed it is from the actual events of the game than it's hurt by the non-linear method of discovery. We already know all these characters are gonna die. The memory cutscenes are there to flesh out their personalities more than anything else. The memories don't have much bearing on the story of the game, but they don't really have to. The same cannot be said of Tears of the Kingdom. For some unfathomable reason, Tears of the Kingdom also has memories that you travel the world in search of. This time, they're found within these massive pictures that have appeared across Hyrule called geoglyphs. When Link walks up to one of these tiers, his hand will glow and he'll see a memory of Zelda in the past. You can encounter these glyphs at any time, and while there is a canon order to the memories, you can still find them out of order. This is a problem in a way that it wasn't in Breath of the Wild, because Tears of the Kingdom is trying to tell a linear story. Breath of the Wild was able to get away with it because Link was an amnesiac, and the events of his past were already a foregone conclusion. You know what happened 100 years ago. There's not a mystery you're trying to solve here. It's more about understanding Zelda and the other champions, and I guess Link, but he's not really a character. He just kind of looks sexy in gender. But in Tears of the Kingdom, figuring out where Zelda is and what happened to her is the whole point. So it's not unreasonable for players to seek out these memories as soon as they can, and that's never difficult because they're so easy to see from the sky. Early in my first playthrough, when I was making my way to Rito Village, I found a memory that opens on a shot of a major character lying dead on the ground. This instantly spoiled that she was going to die, and it cast a long shadow over the rest of the memories she appeared in. Just so we're all on the same page, let's go through the story of this game as told by the memories, and then I can break down what exactly went so wrong here. Zelda poofs into existence sometime in the distant past, just as Rauru and Sonia are conveniently taking a stroll in that exact spot. They introduce themselves, and Zelda realizes she's been transported back in time. Rauru tells Zelda that Sonia's secret stone was what allowed her to travel back in time, and Sonia says that she can sense a blood connection between them. Zelda says that something terrible's happening in her time and she needs to get back there as soon as possible. Rauru suggests they go meet with his sister Minoru. Minoru is staring at Zelda's iPhone, and she asks if she can tinker with it for a little bit so she can activate its warp feature. She tells Zelda that she can sense both Rauru's light power and Sonia's time power within her, and tells her that while secret stones amplify the user's power, they don't give them access to any new abilities. If Zelda doesn't know how she went back in time, she won't be able to go forward either. Minoru then tells Zelda that if she swallows a secret stone, she'll turn into an immortal dragon, ensuring that she'll still be alive in the future, but it will come at the cost of her consciousness, her personality, basically her entire self. Minoru also mentions that this is forbidden, so it's not going to work anyway. Back to the drawing board. The next memory opens with Ganondorf staring out across the Great Plateau. He says,
Hyrule will bow down before me.
before signaling one of his soldiers to blow on some sort of weird instrument that summons a horde of desert monsters called Moldugas. Rauru, Zelda, and Sonia rush to the scene, and then Rauru blasts them all away using his magical secret stone. With his plans foiled, Ganondorf is newly determined to get a secret stone for himself. Ganondorf's now in the throne room, swearing fealty to Rauru, eyeing up the secret stones, and making some thinly veiled threats while he's at it. He also shows off the world's most evil smile for anyone who wasn't sure if this guy was supposed to be the villain. After he leaves, Zelda says, "Hey, this Ganondorf guy seems kinda suspicious," and then Rauru says, "Yeah, I know know he's super evil, but I'm keeping a close eye on him, so it's fine. Zelda and Sonia are hanging out in the garden and talking about how Zelda wants to go home and has a huge crush on Link. Sonia reiterates that Zelda has power over time, but also a sacred power that can dispel evil. Rauru and Sonia both talk about how they'd like to meet Link someday. Sonia and Zelda are alone as Zelda supposedly requested. This obviously suspicious Zelda immediately pulls a knife on Sonia, only for the real Zelda to be like, haha, you thought you could fool us. But then Ganondorf appears behind Sonia and literally just punches her to death. Sonia falls to the ground, Zelda freaks out, and Ganondorf does a silly face. Zelda's begging Sonia to wake up, but she wasn't sleeping, so it doesn't work. Ganondorf goes Secret Stone Demon King and summons a bunch of monsters all over Hyrule. Rauru finally shows up and then immediately tries to 1v1 Ganondorf. He's outmatched, and then Zelda uses her iPhone to transport them away. Not too long after that, we learn that Ganondorf is taking over the entire kingdom, so in order to fight him, Rauru gives the sages their secret stones. Raru's standing over Sonia's grave and looking sad. Zelda shows up and tells Rauru that she knows they're gonna lose to Ganondorf because he's still alive in the future. She tells Rauru that he's going to die sealing Ganondorf, and Rauru's like, yeah, probably. He tells Zelda that there has to be a reason she was sent back in time, and then he walks away, leaving her to think about it. Zelda's standing in the Temple of Time after the battle looking sad, and says out loud that they were able to seal Ganondorf away, but that she's not sure Link will be able to stop him. The Master Sword pops out of that portal it went into at the beginning of the game, tells her that the batteries in her Wii Remote are nearly depleted. Zelda realizes there is something she can do to help Link, and she says that she'll be forever changed. At this point, you've found all the geoglyphs. The light dragon will appear in the sky and shed one final tear. In this memory, we see Zelda swallow her secret stone and turn into the light dragon that's been flying around Hyrule for the entire game. We now know both where Zelda is and what happened to her. Link goes and pulls the sword out of Zelda's head and sees one final scene of her holding the sword and urging Link to use it to defeat Ganondorf. I could go through these events in a super organized manner to make sure I talk about all of the flaws in just the right order, but Tears of the Kingdom can get away with just splintering its content into bite-sized pieces, so I can too. $70, please. Here is a non-comprehensive list of the issues with Tears of the Kingdom's memories. Some of these will be closer to nitpicks, and some will be more serious continuity or storytelling issues, but I just need to get this off my chest, okay? I've been thinking about this stupid fucking story for way too long. Let me have this, please. So you're telling me that Zelda appears just as Rauru and Sonia are walking by? If Rauru and Sonia are Zelda's distant ancestors, like Sonia implies, where is their child? They're both dead by the time the memories wrap up, and we never hear about them having a kid, but their bloodline has to continue somehow, right? I wondered if maybe Minoru could have been Zelda's ancestor, but she's been hanging out in the Purapad the whole time, so that doesn't feel likely either. Why is Sonia the one with the time power? In Breath of the Wild, Zelda struggled to unlock her powers because her mother, who is supposed to teach her, passed away. Zelda confirms that her mother learned from her mother, implying that this light power is matrilineal. But Raru's the one with the light power here. This makes even less sense when you consider that Raru's a Zonai and has no connection to the goddess Hylia, so it would have to have been Sonia who passed down the light power. If the secret stones can't give you powers that you don't already know how to use, how in the hell did Zelda end up in the past in the first place? Why are the shrines in this cutscene placed where the shrines were in Breath of the Wild as opposed to where they actually are in Tears of the Kingdom? Did they move at some point? Is this supposed to be an Easter egg, or are we meant to take this at face value? So wait, Sonia does have light powers? I have no idea how Ganondorf supposedly sees this itty-bitty secret stone from this far away. Why are Rauru and Minoru the only Zonai left? How does Ganondorf know this? When exactly do these memories take place? Is the situation with the Zonai disappearing like common knowledge, or Zelda had her